We will now begin with the first session of the day on localizing the battery supply chain in India. I request the members of the panel for session 1 to please take their seats at the dais. We have with us today Mr. Rishabh Sethi. He's Senior Program Manager of Electric Mobility at Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Then we have Mr. Dhruv Warrior, Program Associate at CEW. As for the panelists joining us virtually, we have Mr. Rajesh Mekkat. He's Head Battery Innovation Center at Ola Electric. Mr. Kalpesh Pandya, Vice President and Business Head of Cathode Materials at Epsilon Advanced Materials Private Limited. Ms. Pranati Kohli, Analyst, Trade and Supply Chains at BloombergNEF. And our moderator for this session is Mr. Siddharth Goyal. He is the Lead, Energy Program, International Institute for Sustainable Development. I would like to call upon Dr. Tom Moerenhout, Professor at Columbia University, to please present the results of the study.
Thank you very much. Am I audible in the room?
Yes, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I see the people online nodding as well, which is nice, but I'm always worried about the logistics. Okay, let me share a couple of slides that I prepared to kind of go through through the results. And thank you for inviting me. So these are results and findings from a paper that will be a report that will be published very shortly. I wanted to look at sort of 5 main things with respect to localizing the supply chain. First of all, sort of the market outlook and potential. I'm sure that a lot of people in the room are familiar with that, but I think it's always good to line out. And then focus very briefly on 4 key issues, of which I'm sure more will be discussed during the panel. And those 4 are basically raw materials, battery components, machinery and equipment, and then skilled labor shortages. So in terms of market outlook and potential, I think, again, it's sort of good to highlight where we are today, which is around 18 gigawatt hours of domestic battery cell manufacturing capacity in 2023, and we expect that to grow to 145 gigawatt hours by 2030. Of course, it depends on the sources, and there's other figures out there and so forth. But so this is basically decent growth, but can of course be can be much more, especially if those supply chains are localized. The PLI-ACC, I think everybody in the room probably has heard already more than enough about that. So I don't need to go into that. Of course, 30 gigawatt hour of projects on the way, and then currently 7 bids for this additional 10 gigawatt hour capacity. The pie is relatively substantial, right? It's estimated at 6 to 15 billion by 2030. Around 12 billion of that would be cell manufacturing, and 3 billion would be putting together the modules. Now, the ecosystem is fairly rich. There's definitely a few people I see immediately here online, but also I'm sure in the room. There are key players on the battery cell side. These are only a few of them, both Indian companies and international companies. Right now, we have a lot of pilot production or even larger factories already set up or planning expansion, and many more currently under construction. So what we're seeing here is an ecosystem, I think, that is growing, that is gaining a foot in India. But every first stage of such expansion is always a painful one, difficult to attract capital, difficult to get supply chains in order, and so forth. And so that's something that we want to talk about today. The first sort of big challenge is, of course, raw materials. I think we're also rather familiar with that. There's a very heavy reliance, of course, on 2 sets of countries. The first one being the mineral-rich countries, some of which have their own trade restrictive policies to incentivize downstream development or beneficiation. So that does not make it easy for India. At the same time, there's also competition with large economic powers for that offtake, right? The United States, European Union, Japan, Korea, and obviously China as well. Secondarily, there's of course reliance on China with respect to mineral processing, and these two things are, they make sort of the cell manufacturing, the component manufacturing industry rather challenging, because I think something that we maybe sometimes underestimate is the need to have that constant flow of raw materials coming in, right? That way production can basically be pretty continuous, which is necessary to be mostly optimal from a technical standpoint, but also from an economic one. Secondly, on the raw materials, we've definitely, I should have mentioned this before, so some of the report that we've put together here is mainly based on discussions with industry or with companies. One thing that also came out, of course, is challenges with testing. I think this is not exclusive to India. We see players in the United States struggling with exactly the same thing, which is qualification requirements and the amount of time that can take. It's another often 1 to 2 years in addition to setting up shop. So this makes obviously the financial outlay a lot more complicated, right? And then within India, there's specific challenges that other areas might struggle a bit less with it. That moisture control that I mentioned here is one that very clearly came out. Then if we move on to battery components, we see a little bit of the same challenges, right? Very heavy reliance on China as well. There are definitely imports from more allied countries, FTA partners like South Korea and Japan. You'll hear me talk about South Korea and Japan in the next slide as well, with respect to machinery and equipment. And obviously this opens up both on the mineral side and on the battery component side. It opens India up to certain geopolitical pressures or geopolitical challenges, right? I think the graphite licensing requirements that China now has is a good example. And obviously there are trade war dynamics going on to a certain extent between India and between China, but definitely between the United States and China, and India can be a quote unquote victim of these trade war dynamics as well. And again, the specific challenges, such as temperature and humidity requirements, of course, matter as well. I think within components, the story that I like to focus on, and that we have a lot of conversations on here as well with US policymakers, is that domestic potential is growing quite fast. I just named a few players here. This list is definitely not exhaustive. Obviously, it's not comprehensive. There are multiple players. But a few of the ones that I'm sure many of you already know, on the cathode anode electrolyte current collectors side, I think those are the 4 where a lot of interesting things are happening. Of course, there are other components that are still necessary, but the important part here is that we do see productive capacity being set up, and I would even argue productive capacity being set up in areas that are not only relevant for the battery cell production as a whole, but also that can be of extreme geopolitical interest, specifically on the anode side, where pretty much the whole world is struggling with finding diversified supply away from China. So that on the battery component side. Then I think, and here I want to take a tiny bit more time. I definitely will stick to my time, but I think it's something that is often not discussed enough, which is machinery and equipment, right? And that's a big mistake. It's a big mistake in other countries as well. Again, I don't want to single out India here, but I think also in India we're sometimes missing that debate. And you see a few of the machinery and equipment that is necessary for battery cell production. I'm sure the companies in the room will recognize this well, but the list is quite extensive, right? It goes from raw material feeding and mixers, basically coating machines, electrolyte filling machines, slitting machines, cell formation machines, and so forth. So you have this machinery and equipment that is absolutely essential in setting up shop. Right now, I think the debate is focusing very strongly on the mineral side and then secondarily on the component side. But the machinery and equipment one can be can be a huge supply chain constraint as well. And I think indigenizing that or diversifying that supply is rather essential as well if the goal is really to set up a battery cell manufacturing industry. What we have done in this report is definitely not perfect, but perfect is often the enemy of good. We liaise with industry to basically figure out under what sort of HS codes, if you wish, trade codes, some of these machines and equipment is traded, right? Now, what you get with those codes is that this also includes other uses, so we cannot, sort of single out the trades of machinery and equipment only for battery cell production or for component production. So the numbers that we get are sort of, in this respect, somewhat suboptimal, but at least it will tell us something about where a lot of the machinery and equipment are coming from. And I think the big immediate lesson there is that China is a very important player with respect to machinery and equipment as well. So that story of over-reliance for processed minerals, over-reliance for components, it continues into the machinery and equipment supply as well. It's about 1.5 billion in 2022 alone for these different trades, right? Which is immediately the biggest country that India trades this type of material with. And that can be, to a certain extent, a challenge. Again, we don't like over-reliance. It doesn't matter whether it's China or any other country. But we don't like that level of over-reliance, but we do have it at this point. Now, there is a positive side of this story as well. The first one I would say is that there is a lot of trade also coming in these type of specific machinery and equipment from FTA partners, specifically South Korea and Japan. So if you remember that China was about 1.5 billion in trades in 2022, you actually see that Japan was about 500 million, right? So that's actually quite substantial, and South Korea was another 350 million. So these partners, South Korea and Japan, obviously battery production giants as well. They really become an essential set of partners to basically also indigenize that supply chain, to diversify that supply chain, to learn from and to have as technology partners. And I think investing in that relationship will be absolutely critical. Same thing with respect to some of the partners in the mineral security partnership, if you want. And I would here single out Germany, which is also a huge machinery and equipment supplier to India, 640 million in 2022. So actually more important than South Korea and Japan. So again, a very clear candidate to deepen relationships with. Sort of the last challenge that I will line out here that the industry was also very concerned about was skilled labor. Skilled labor shortages obviously have certain challenges that can lead to increased safety risk, reduced productivity, or missed innovation opportunities. All of those things make sense. And the beginning of this, of course, is that given that this sector is so competitive across different countries, and also within India, but definitely also across different countries, makes for a very difficult competitive environment to attract that talent, right? So you need to have higher training costs. You need to have competitive wage structures as well, especially for the skilled personnel. Right now, I think we're seeing a few interesting examples in India. That's also something, again, that companies were hinting at in Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu specifically. But there's an obvious need for more collaboration between industry, government, and academia to really turbocharge some of those education and training programs. So I think I've already taken up too much time. Just a few sort of ways forward that I'm hoping to hear a bit from in the discussion. Joint collaboration on testing and certification requirements is one. Obviously, with respect to minerals, the government of India is working very hard on their mineral strategy, also potentially thinking about supporting processing technology and the development of that. So that is very good. Joint ventures technology transfer is probably the most important component out there. And then what it takes to be competitive and to really incentivize private capital to flow into this as well is, of course, also public investment, whether that is supporting infrastructure, R&D, or supportive policy frameworks. Then the last 2 points, I think I hinted at that already. I think deepening that collaboration with South Korea, Japan, and Germany, among others, but definitely South Korea and Japan as battery giants. And then finally, really having that debate or having that conversation with industry to better understand the machinery and equipment needs and exactly what it takes to localize supply chains. There are companies here, I know we have Epsilon Carbon speaking later on, who have actually gone quite a long way in indigenizing some of that machinery and equipment. So there are things to learn from industry, but there are also concerns from industry that should be taken into account by government to further help localize those supply chains. I will stop here. Thank you very much, and I look very forward to the panelists.
Thank you so much, Tom, for that great presentation. I should also start by just thanking everyone who made it here on a very wet and windy morning in Delhi. I think for those who are joining virtually, people pretty much literally battled the elements to be here. So it's really much appreciated. So I think the focus of this panel is really on how to localize the battery supply chain in India. And I think most of us are already aware that batteries are fundamental to the energy transition, both in the power sector through BESS and the transport sector through battery-powered electric vehicles. Given how fast battery prices have been falling over the past year, it's really now a question of when and not if they become the dominant technology in the clean energy space. However, at the same time, it's really important to localize manufacturing within the country, both in terms of generating jobs, ensuring a smooth, just transition in the auto sector, and ensuring energy security. There have been some really important initial steps taken by the government. So, for example, the PLI scheme for ACC batteries, the PLI scheme for auto components, critical mineral auctions recently by the Ministry of Mines. But we have to recognize that India is operating in a very highly competitive global landscape. And I think what our study has tried to do is really understand some of the challenges across the supply chain. And what we're finding is, there are fundamental challenges when localizing cell production. So there's a high capital cost requirement. Tom covered some of the skilled labor challenges, and there are also complexities in cell manufacturing. Broadly, I think there are three considerations that I'd like to highlight for this panel. So the first is really the importance of international cooperation and collaboration, which can speed up efforts in diversifying the supply chain, which is also creating unique opportunities for India. So I think there are several countries, advanced economies, that are very focused now on attracting battery investment. I think the CEO of Benchmark called it a global batteries arms race, which I think encapsulates this conundrum really well. The second is really how can India leverage some of its existing skills and knowledge? So we have a very vibrant automotive sector. So can we develop new capabilities across the battery value chain? And should India focus on localizing specific segments where it has a competitive advantage, or should it look to build an entirely local sort of industry? And then finally, just the importance of establishing economies of scale to lower prices and increase cost competitiveness. So we have a very stellar panel today consisting of a major OEM, a major cell manufacturer, a leading materials company, policymakers, major consulting and research organizations. So thank you all for joining us today. Rajesh, if I can start with you. So obviously, I think Ola Electric has been at the forefront of sort of cell manufacturing in the country, the EV sector. You're also building a gigafactory. So in your view, given Tom's presentation, can you highlight what are some of the main challenges and opportunities in terms of localizing the EV battery supply chain in India?
Good morning, all. Thank you so much, Siddharth, for the question. So, it's a it's more than challenge, right? And there are a lot of opportunities. That's what we believe, and that's the reason why basically we started. I would say, like, if you after the ACC PLI scheme, immediately we started our efforts for setting up this entire gigafactory ecosystem. So um, the first and foremost problem or the challenge is actually, Tom was, I think, like, Tom could read our minds. That's what I would say, because we are going through all these situations, especially like equipment. Equipment is one of the biggest challenge, right? So you are basically dependent on some of the countries who make these equipments, and there are challenges for those nationalities to some of those nationalities to, let's say, travel to India. So that's one of the biggest problem, especially when we try to do some a site acceptance test, or let's say the initial ramp up, right? And definitely you need a very close collaboration with the equipment supplier. So this is one of the challenge, but of course, we are unlocking these challenges with again, since we are part of ACC PLI scheme, we have some leverage in unlocking this. This is one of the biggest problem, of course, but on the later stage in the future, if this continues, it will be, I think India should focus on localizing this machineries. I think we have the capabilities. The only thing is, like, somebody have to start working on these machineries. Coming to supply chain, another challenge is, let's say, on the material side, right? And materials are, of course, now almost everyone knows that China is not the one who is completely holding the materials. It's their processing capability. They get materials from across the globe and then process. But sometimes certain challenges, like Tom was highlighting, the issues with graphite. Graphite is something which is, still accessible, but government have put some new policies around that, so that will make us to plan at least 3 to 4 months earlier than our production. So a lot of paperwork need to be carried out. Another thing is electrolytes. Transportation of electrolytes. There is no point in getting the electrolytes, let's say, from other countries. I think that's something which we should basically try to do the manufacturing locally here in India. So it's a when you're running a 5 gigawatt hour factory, we are starting up with a 5 gigawatt hour line. So when you're operating a 5 gigawatt hour factory, especially getting these electrolytes and sending back all the ice tanks or etc., it's a bit challenging, and then quite difficult. Rest of the things, I think materials is something which we definitely need to, if we are thinking about localizing. Of course, there are few things. Simple example, I would say, I think it's so pity that even in India we are not unable to make the cell cans, right? That's the cans which is used for manufacturing, which is also like it also puts some cost in the cell, right? The mechanical components. That's where that's the basic thing we should definitely look into. Another big problem in supply chain is like the chicken egg problem, where we are starting the gigafactory, but the material manufacturer, they say, there is a scale advantage where we need to have, let's say, 20 gigawatt of production, then we will start investing into these localized production. So these are the things which is basically going to hurt us in the long run, where people have to come and then they have to start the localization. And apart from that, the cost is actually getting reduced. Right now, let's say LFP cells, you can buy it at, let's say, $50 to $50 per kilowatt hour, right? And then what we are fighting is actually these costs. So let's say if you can buy at $50 per kilowatt hour, there is no point in actually, let's say, manufacturing at, let's say, $80 per kilowatt hour. So that's something which we have to fight. So this all brings to one single point that more companies should come, start producing these materials. Of course, I think it will happen because everyone is waiting for at least a 20 gigawatt hour mark. So that's one. These are like our thought process. As in when we setting up our gigafactory.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that very candid assessment of some of the challenges and opportunities. I think you covered some of the really like key elements like machinery and equipment, materials, etc. Kalpesh, if I could move to you now. Obviously, Epsilon has been at the forefront in terms of sort of actively involved in the anode sector, and has also recently announced that you plan to produce LFP cathodes. So in terms of, when considering the demand for these materials, like how do you see that playing out in India? And what are some challenges and opportunities that, a materials producer like yourself, face? You're on mute.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the question, Siddharth. Yeah, so I think Tom put down the local demand that is expected in 2030 in terms of dollar numbers. And I'll translate those dollar numbers into what it means for battery materials production, specifically anode and cathode production numbers. So the forecasted demand for on the anode side is about 350 to 500 kilotons by 2030. And on the cathode side, it's about 500 to 900 kilotons by 2030. Of that, on the CAM side, just the LFP demand is going to be about 300 to 500 kilotons. This is all in India. So as you can see, it presents a very good opportunity for local manufacturers to step in, battery material manufacturers. To that end, Epsilon Advanced Materials has announced that we will invest $1.1 billion to come up with a 100 KT capacity in Karnataka, India. We will be investing $650 million in the US, in South Carolina actually, to come up with a 50 KT capacity of battery grade graphite. And then we are also in plans to invest in Finland for a 50 KT capacity. This is all on the anode side for graphite, battery grade graphite. Now, as you've announced, and as people probably know, Epsilon, we bought this JM facility in Germany. This is the erstwhile JM Battery Material Center, specifically producing CAM materials, LFP. And it has an R&D center, it has a pilot production, and also a cell testing facility. The good thing is the process and the technology are already mature, and they are already qualified with some customers in Europe and Asia. So with that acquisition, we hope that it will enable us to scale up very quickly to go to a 10 KT capacity by 2026 and 100 KT capacity by 2030. So those are that's a little bit about the local demand and how Epsilon plans to come in with our manufacturing to support that local demand. Now, you asked about challenges. I think Tom and Rajesh mentioned some of those separately. Tom, of course, from a global standpoint, and then Rajesh mentioned from the cell manufacturing standpoint. And I'll give my insight from a battery materials producer standpoint. So, of course, the first thing is, supply chain. You have an incumbent, dominant player in China who not only controls the supply, but with the whole ecosystem that they have minerals processing capability, right? They procure about 90% of the spodumene that's mined from Australia. If you think about lithium, there are only two big countries where you have availability of lithium right now. One is Australia, and the other is Chile. So if 90% of your Australian spodumene goes into China for processing, they control about, say about 50% of that supply chain, right? So they have the mineral processing capability, they have the battery materials production, they have cell manufacturing, and of course they have the adoption into EVs that has happened over 2 decades. So they are really dominant. It's a very, very competitive landscape that any battery materials producer, whether it's in India or in the US, anyone entering the space has to compete with not only the pricing, but the raw material supply, and also, like Tom touched, industrialization, the machinery, the know-how also is with China. So that is the first thing that you're looking at. Then this, and of course, when China controls the whole ecosystem, it also controls pricing. Rajesh mentioned that there's a pressure on Indian cell manufacturers to actually go and procure it from China, because they come up with pricing that probably nobody else in the world can match. So that means the barrier to entry in this market is quite high. Now I'll touch upon another thing, which is a very high capex investment to produce battery materials. I just threw out some numbers, and you may have noticed $1 billion to come up with 100 KT capacity in Karnataka, $650 million to come up with some capacity in the US, 50 KT capacity. Now, on the other hand, the Chinese manufacturers are not announcing 10 KT or 50 KT. They are announcing 350 KT. So you see there's a big gap, not only in terms of the capacities, but also in terms of where they are in terms of the industry. So it's a very, very high capex investment upfront for a battery materials producer to get in the market, okay, even for smaller capacities. So unless we have, of course, the thing is, we are also trying to we
I think we have some connection issue on Kalpesh's side. Sorry, Kalpesh, we just lost you towards the end, maybe the last 10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, so am I audible now?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I'm having some Wi-Fi issues. But so that's why I was explaining that, it's not only about the capacities and the know-how, but also about the pricing. The other thing that I would like to touch upon is what Rajesh mentioned on the cell manufacturing side. They want the capacities to be here today. And, of course, it's highly capex intensive for us, but there's a catch. The qualification timelines are not 2 months. They are 8 months to 18 months. So when a customer expects us to come up with capacity, we are looking at least a year without any offtake agreements. We are still qualifying. So that's a catch-22 situation for battery material producers. You want the capacity today, but you're still in qualification. So that's something that we'll have to look at as an industry, come together with partnerships, come up with meaningful offtake partnerships. So while the qualification is ongoing on a pilot scale, we could come up with a planned commercial scale, and there would be an offtake agreement by our customers to help us with those investments. So that's that. Then, of course, then you have regulatory and compliance challenges. Now, the reason why I mentioned this is not only are the Chinese manufacturers coming up with this huge scale announcements, but they're doing it very fast. They're doing it in 18 months. Now, typically, if you are operating in the US or even in India, you would take about 6 to 8 months for just environmental or regulatory clearances. So you can see the speed of scale is also very critical, and we have to deal with the environmental and regulatory compliance, and we're very happy to do that. But I'm just saying that in China, it may or may not be the same, depending on, when you hear about these announcements of coming up with this capacity in just 2 years, new capacities. So, and lastly, I would mention governmental policy decisions also are very important. And, the PLI, ACC PLI, of course, in the US, as we know, the IRA announcement really stimulated the local EV adoption and battery storage adoption, it drove that market. So the government policy decisions also, have a say in this business.
Yeah, thanks so much for that excellent perspective. I think just, coming to your point about supply chains. Now, if I could come to you, Pranati, obviously, I think BNEF does some leading, puts out some leading global research on supply chains. So it'll be interesting to hear from you, how effective have some of the recent sort of US and EU policies been in terms of diversifying away from China? And are there any lessons for India in terms of regulations or incentives that have worked really well? In those markets that could be potentially adopted in India?
Hi, Siddharth. Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
Okay.
you are. Good.
Great. Yeah, this has been a really informative discussion, even for me. I think it's always interesting to hear industry perspective and, how they are kind of approaching battery supply chain development locally. I think, like Tom previously mentioned and has been discussed, I think all of the countries that you mentioned, the US, the European Union, Australia, Canada, France, as well, all of them are thinking about it in a similar manner as India, where there is a great emphasis on localization as opposed to even diversification of the supply chain. So they're no longer looking at partnerships, but also looking at building the entire ecosystem domestically. That's kind of really been a focus. And like Alpesh mentioned, even with the Inflation Reduction Act, that has been the focus. I think the way the Western countries have now been approaching it, and I guess similar to the way India has also approached it in the past, it's primarily two-pronged. One is to incentivize domestic productions through credits, through upfront grants, things like that, or to disincentivize import of these materials. So even with the US, we've recently seen the Inflation Reduction Act was introduced in August 2022. And of course, there was a lot of uncapped money given to battery supply chain, as well as, the entire energy transition. But in addition to that, most recently, they have now introduced, tariffs on import of certain components from China. This, of course, you can say has been timed very well with the upcoming election in November. But ultimately, it is indicative of the government's thinking as far as import of these components from China is concerned. I think this is something that we're seeing in the European Union now as well, even though they haven't provided as many incentives, specifically for manufacturing. They do have the European Union Innovation Fund, but a lot of that money goes towards deployment of clean energy, not necessarily for manufacturing. I think till date, a total of about less than $2 billion has been given for manufacturing, that also specifically focused in the wind sector, not necessarily in battery or solar. So I think they haven't focused as much on subsidies, but now they are introducing import restrictions, through the foreign subsidy regulation, where companies that have been incentivized by foreign governments will no longer be allowed to allowed equal footing in the European market. So I think all in all, there is this understanding that there needs to be reduced import dependence. Very few countries have been able to provide the kind of incentive for domestic manufacturing. I think India was ahead of the curve in the introduction of the production-linked incentives, but of course, the scale of support that the US has been able to provide has been unmatched, I think, for the most part. I think another thing that the Inflation Reduction Act did was strengthen the loan program office, which sits under the Department of Energy. I think that program in itself has been good as far as expanding innovation in the battery supply chain has been concerned. Companies such as Redwood Materials have received a lot of money from the loan program office. There's also existing players such as Ford that have received a lot of money, the Blue Oval project. So I think that those kind of upfront grants are always beneficial to industry. And I think that's something that the Indian government could look more closely into. And I think another thing that I'll mention, Tom already touched upon this, is partnerships. That's something that we saw with the Inflation Reduction Act as well. The incentives are only applicable to countries that have FTA partnerships with the US. So I think if India, Tom already spoke about South Korea, Japan, and Germany, but I think there are other countries that could be considered as well, depending on the raw material that we're thinking about. So Indonesia, for example, boatload of nickel over there. However, with the existing ecosystem, it's primarily again dominated by Chinese players that have decided to set up shop in Indonesia to process materials over there. So I think those kind of partnerships do need to be looked at more closely, either through an FTA agreement or through bilateral agreements, whatever it may be.
Thanks so much. And yeah, I'm glad that you brought up the point about tariffs as well. So I think we were, in part of some conversations recently where they highlighted that the tariffs could have like potentially two impacts. So firstly, China could set up a lot more manufacturing in sort of third countries, like other developing countries. And we're seeing it already happening, like in Mexico, Vietnam, etc. But then on the other side, it could create an opportunity in terms of like friend-shoring countries. So if there are ways that India could, build partnerships with like the US and the EU. I think now just coming back to, I think one of the points that Rajesh raised, which is on the chicken and egg problem. And Dhruv, if I could maybe turn to you now. Obviously, CEW has done a lot of work, across cell manufacturing, critical minerals. And we've been part of, I think, a few roundtables where, you speak to the mineral processors or the companies that are responsible for securing the mineral resources. And they highlight there's so much uncertainty around cell manufacturing. And then the cell manufacturers, highlight the uncertainty around sourcing minerals. So really, how do you see sort of, the India navigating both of these issues, and how exactly can the government sequence its policies in the value chain?
Thank you, Siddharth. So, I'll begin with basically where we stand, which is we have heard what the industry folk have talked about, but I guess the question is, what should India do about it? What should the government do about it? So I think firstly, we need to start with why are we doing all of this? Why are we looking at localizing battery supply chains? Rather than just simply talking about the China concentration, which is one aspect, maybe we can look at it in 4 different aspects. So there's energy security, which is kind of what the whole story is about, that we don't want dependence on China from energy security perspective. We want to increase domestic value capture in the supply chain and reduce import dependency. So that's looking at it from a balance of payments perspective. We want to maybe have export potential at some point. And we also might benefit from some kind of spillover effects of these supply chains in terms of knowledge and skills into the broader manufacturing sector. So now, based on this, I would say we need to then think about prioritization. So what do we do about cell manufacturing? Because yes, we've heard from cell manufacturers that there is uncertainty for them. And we have seen, even with the last PLI, we've seen some companies back out. There is that kind of uncertainty. My feeling is the uncertainty is not in raw material supply as of now, because we don't have cathode anode production in the country, except for, a few small pilot lines. And raw material costs are actually very, very low. And there's huge oversupply globally. And there's this new IEA CRM report that's come out where they're talking about how just committed supply, committed investments are perhaps going to be sufficient for all battery materials except for lithium and copper. So given that, I think what we need to start with is understanding, okay, why are cell manufacturers uncertain? I believe mainly this is a demand question. So Kalpesh shared some numbers in terms of cathode and anode requirements. CEW has similar numbers, maybe based on the same assumptions. But those assumptions come from this idea that EVs will have 30% market share out of in 4-wheelers, 80% market share in 2-wheelers. We're not close to that. And EVs are at 10%. Are we going to get there in 6 years? I don't know. And so I think that surety of demand is definitely a question. We have a lot of numbers in the ecosystem, but do we have that demand? Even EV sales have, of course, grown over the last year, but the last year, the sales have slowed. So that is one aspect. The second aspect is when we're talking about equipment, now, as Rajesh mentioned, and this is something we have heard a lot, which is getting equipment and getting the right talent to train our people on equipment is very difficult. And we really need to ask, is making that difficult helping India in the long run? Or should we focus on scaling up manufacturing and scaling up skills within India? So that really comes down to, again, what is the priority? Is the priority complete indigenization immediately? And that means that you don't, scale up in time? Or is the priority scaling up quickly? And we focus on the things that have kind of strategic value for the country. So now that's my sense on that. So I would say, yes, cell manufacturing first, demand first, equipment, testing equipment, all of these things first. The next thing is, what do we do about that midstream? Because without a midstream, there's no point. So you have companies like Tesla or Volkswagen who, yes, go and actually source raw materials directly. They have offtake agreements, and then Tesla might have something with Sumitomo where they'll then route the lithium through and create your cathode material. But what do we, when India has to talk about strategic sourcing, unless there is a demand from a midstream of cathode and anode suppliers, there is no need to strategically source. Where will those minerals go? So I think that is where now we need to focus. We need to identify areas where India can really scale up its midstream, and then we can talk about that next step. Now, finally, what I would like to come to is, let's not mix up every single battery material into the same. This is my feeling, that let's not mix up every single battery material into one bulk thing that we have to source everything. Cobalt goes into NMC batteries. I would say let's take a bet. Let's go after LFP. Let's go after LMFP as the. So this is just my feeling. That let's take a bet and go after these technologies, because cobalt is naturally concentrated. There is no way to change that natural concentration. And the other countries have had such a huge head start that getting distracted by trying to now go and strategically source cobalt, if private sector companies want to focus on NMC, then they have the freedom to do that. But if we are going to source, let's look at phosphorus supplies. That's an important thing that is not being talked about. Let's look at lithium supplies, which are potentially don't have sufficient investment, and we need those kind of investments. So I would say, even when we go into this, let's start with the downstream. Let's build that capacity. Let's focus on midstream. And then when we're talking about, even when we are suggesting which midstream technologies to scale, let's think about what is strategically relevant for us. And then let's focus on those minerals and just source them, rather than talking about all battery minerals as if they're all the same. So that's basically my feeling.
Thank you. Very interesting. I think we'll come back to, some of the things you mentioned in the second round of questions. Sorry. But Rishabh, if I could move to you, given that, obviously Shakti works with stakeholders across the EV ecosystem, can you shed some light on what is the role of state governments in sort of localizing the battery supply chain? I think when we've spoken to a number of companies, they've generally said it's been a very supportive ecosystem. But can you, talk a bit more on how we can strengthen collaboration, across states, between, center and state, and also companies? Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, definitely. So first of all, we do have to appreciate the effort that both at the center level and the state level, we have seen support from the government, central and state governments. They have been proactive in supporting both on the supply side and demand side. Of course, there are a lot of doubts or something of clarifications may be required, or some reapproach may be required. but we have seen a lot of push towards the EV ecosystem with the PLI ACC scheme at the central level, and the state EV policies talking both from the supply and the demand side. They have been providing a lot of tax incentives, subsidy, capital subsidy, and then a lot of other non-fiscal incentives as well. So, of course, states do play an important role in this transition, and we do, and it is what India has been seeing. It is, we can, it is more for, it is also what we see in the global stage, that both the central and the state level, or federal and this state level, is being providing support to the EV ecosystem. And the main intent is, like you mentioned, and like Dhruv was mentioning about, we cannot have achieve 100% localization totally across the whole value chain. We need to have a targeted approach towards how we can think about localization. So during our consultations within the ecosystem, what we have seen is we can definitely approach localization in a phased manner, where we can understand where localization can be done effectively, where localization can be achieved more quickly, and where we have the capabilities, and we need just the right push from the government or from the industry or from the market itself, so that we can proceed ahead on that. And secondly is on the how we can, or like Dhruv was mentioning, what are criticalities for the supply chain and what we need to target. We can then approach and understand where are the gaps within that supply chain, and how we can aim to address those supply chain. And then, of course, we can largely focus on how we are going from downstream to midstream and upstream, like we have Dhruv has already iterated. So and also, what we have seen is there is a lot of push that is, so one of the major challenges again that has been highlighted earlier during the discussions is on the technology transfer. So technology transfer is a major case where we have seen it is mainly led by the private stakeholders, and we need the government support and government initiatives, like we have talked about, like Tom had mentioned, the FTAs, and how we can try to leverage these agreements and try to see how we can push towards a more localized supply chain. And definitely, when we are talking about technology transfer, it is not an unprecedented scene. We have seen the similar scene in the pharmaceutical industry, where we had seen a major push within the pharmaceutical industry, how we have been able to be a global leader in the value pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. And similarly, when we're talking about the technology transfer, it is not just getting the right technology here, it is also getting the right technology implemented here and adopted here, where capacity building is a major point to be addressed. We need the right skill force to adopt and implement the right manufacturing technology that we are talking about, and as well as not only on the skill force but also on the regulatory bodies, where we need a forward thinking and industries focused thinking, where they can evolve with the changing landscape of the industry and how the market is moving ahead on that. And secondly, we have all talked about, like Dhruv was mentioning, on the upstream aspect, on the material aspect. Of course, there is skewedness within the value chain, which we have to acknowledge as of now. But how we can target that is building on the on the material supply through recycling. Recycling is also one where China has been leading a lot, but how we can develop that, because it is a starting race and we are seeing more and more battery waste would be coming up in the future. How we can build on that and aim towards recycling and build on the work that has worked to achieve localization in the supply chain through recycling itself. And of course, these where we are talking about all these things, of course, when you talk about manufacturing, the electricity supply is a major area that needs to be addressed, because it is a high energy intensive sector, and it would require a lot of effort from the state government to keep up with the growing demand of manufacturing, electricity demand from the manufacturing sector. So we need more green tariffs. Of course, we have seen a lot of states have the green tariff, but there is limited adoption in terms of that. And especially it would be beneficial if these this where we have seen in the recent years that central government had come up with the open access regulations on the procuring renewable energy through open access, and we need an alignment of thought process at the state level, also aligning with the centers what is the overall vision and how we need to move ahead in terms of electricity supply. And lastly, from the state government, it is important to send the right market signals. We have to understand that the industry will also respond to the right market signals, as we are mentioning, as Rajesh was mentioning, that the 20 gigawatt mark has been set by the industry, and how we can try to target that and sending the right market signals, creating the demand within the market, providing the right incentives so that the transition takes place more effectively, more efficiently. And so overall, we need a collaborative approach within the not at the between the governments also, but between the industry also, and how we can try to leverage, build on that. And so I'll just like to conclude on that, that we need to send the right market signals, push the technology curve, and aim to block all the criticalities in the supply chain.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that perspective. I think one thing, you highlighted, which is just technology transfer. I don't think we've covered it enough, but really how important it is. Rajesh, if I could come to you now, given that a lot of the innovation in this sector, really has happened in other parts of Asia, do you think it just makes sense for India to, capitalize on some of these like battery technologies in these countries? Or should India invest heavily in R&D, within the country to, set up our own indigenous sort of technologies?
Yeah. So basically, let's say for head start, it's a good idea to, let's say, license some of the technologies from these Asian countries. But in a cell manufacturer's perspective, but on the other hand, there is a customer who is waiting, for buying these cells. Now, especially for a cell manufacturer, if he can license the latest technology, right, that makes sense. And especially for a customer will always ask for the best-in-class performance, right? So when customer asks for a best-in-class performance, as a cell manufacturer, you are basically forced to deliver the cells accordingly. Now, this is one of the biggest problem whether the existing, the so-called, technology innovators of Asia are ready to, let's say, give away the technology for some small amount of money. I'm not sure, and especially as far as my experience is concerned, nobody, really does that. So that creates a lot of challenge in this route. So just to give our perspective, the most important thing is like, I think Kalpesh was especially mentioning about the validation process. So typically, like any material validation takes, minimum 8 to 12 months of time. That's we can't do anything else. You really need to wait for those cycles to finish, and there is no way you can actually fast track those cycles, right? So you'd really need to wait for, at least that 8 to 12 months of time. Now, we started, this particular, anything related on cell manufacturing or R&D almost like more than 2 years back. So that basically gave us a lot of chance. We were thinking about like, why can't we also, get some technology from some of the Asian countries, but eventually we took a decision to develop the technology, and it also took us almost 2 years, 2.5 years to develop the technology in-house. And then that's the one which is going for now manufacturing at our gigafactory. So, to conclude in a very simple way is, if your customer is ready to accept that particular technology, what you are going to license, then it's good for a good, head start But if you don't have any customer for that particular technology, then you will be in big trouble, because by licensing the technology and then won't be able to get any customer for that. Now, for an Indian perspective, what I would say is, we should start putting more money. This is how like China, did maybe like from 2015 to 2018. They put a lot of money for R&D, and now there's huge money, around 800 million. They're putting for solid state batteries. It's just the R&D money which is going to the companies or to the institutes, right? So they have the access to that money. So if government of India also can support, and the companies can actually invest in these, upcoming technologies, I think we will also be kind of innovators by 2027, 2028 timeframe. So that's where, that's what we believe. So it's customer, individual company, and then government. That's the, its decision is all, the individuals.
Thanks so much for sharing that. Kalpesh, I'll be, curious to get your perspective as well on this technology point. And then also, I think, just looking more at the foreign policy side, obviously, I think Epsilon has, made a large investment in the US, and you've highlighted, I think, some, other major investments in other countries. So how important do you think these bilateral partnerships are, particularly, for example, with the US, in sort of supporting the development of a domestic value chain in India? And really, what do you think kind of Indian companies can offer the US, and companies in the US or in other parts of the world can actually offer India?
Sure. So just to close the point on the technology perspective, so Epsilon anode, the graphite technology, is an in-house technology, and it has taken us 5 years to come up with the technology. Now, on the cathode side, what we've done is that we've acquired JM, and because of the acquisition, it comes with the process and patent know-how, R&D know-how, and that will help us in kind of shortening the time to go to market with a commercial product to 2 years. So there's still some time, but like Rajesh mentioned, one of the other challenges is the technology landscape is evolving so rapidly that the customers will, even when you're in qualification, for example, if there is a marked improvement in the product landscape, in the product technology landscape, then the customers will always demand that. So in that sense, advancing technology in-house is quite good. It just takes more time and investment. But if there is an opportunity for players like us to get into a JV or get a technology license, then that is the, that sometimes can be a preferred route to commercialize it within a certain time frame. Now, coming to the other question regarding, our investment in the US and bilateral relationships. So one thing, what the IRA has done, it's really stimulated the local sourcing, local demand, EV adoptions, and the energy storage adoption in the US. Okay, and the US will continue to be a key driver of all these technologies. So the key customers are going to be US based. They are going to drive this. So a CMA, critical minerals agreement, is quite beneficial in the sense, if you take the example of Japan was placing its bets on, in terms of clean energy, it had its bets placed on hydrogen, not so much on the EV and the battery side. But now what has happened since 2023 with the US-Japan CMA agreement, Japan is now focusing on EVs. Of course, the Japanese cell makers have always been in the lead and always drove the technology. But again, that focus has come through because of this joint CMA between the two countries. Now, the other thing is, almost everyone in the world is looking at diversifying supply chains. Right now, China has almost a monopolistic influence on the entire supply chain. So again, a CMA agreement is highly beneficial in that regard. What it offers to the US companies, it's a diversified supply chain, securing access to critical mineral supplies, investment opportunities. Like India has a very mature chemical market, right? We are the 6th globally in terms of chemical sales. In terms of technologies, we are quite mature. We have a highly skilled, I would say, workforce, educated workforce in this sector. The environmental and labor laws in India mirror those in the US. The testing and certification standards are accredited per WTO. So in terms of providing, and also there's 100% FDI in the chemical sector market. So for the US consumers, especially, having a joint CMA opens up investment opportunities to diversify their supply chain, opportunities for transfer of technical know-how, setting up, battery manufacturing, cell manufacturing in the US and in India. So I think it will be quite beneficial jointly to both the US and India in having a critical materials agreement. And again, there's another example that I'd like to give. Currently, without the CMA, the US companies would rather go to Argentina or Chile to secure lithium supplies, right? But if you had a CMA, then they would look to come in and help us out with the technological know-how that secures a lithium supply for them, but it also, for the Indian manufacturers, it also kickstarts the lithium mineral industry, refining industry. Because even though we have the minerals, but we don't have the technology right now to kickstart that industry. So it could be very beneficial to both countries.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. Tom, I don't know if we still have you, but given that you've worked a lot on the US side as well, in terms of advising on critical minerals, as well as on the battery supply chain, I don't know if you wanted to share some thoughts on this point as well about the CMA and how likely that is, moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. No, thank you very much. I mean, this is something that we worked on with several people. In Washington, clearly at this point, nothing is going to happen until November. That's clear. What we can say is that in the initiatives that we have taken to discuss CMAs with the government, with the government and also with people of the other party, there's a clear openness to have those discussions in the background, right? Maybe not yet government to government. That was tried with Indonesia, and it was basically because it was an election year, because there were issues, of concern with respect to, is this going to be a way that Chinese material is going to enter US market and be IRA compliant? And you had sort of several other issues, environmental issues related to the nickel production and so forth. So those were the main arguments against Indonesia, and then the fact that it was an election year. But basically, to summarize, yes, I think after the election, we will see much more openness again to negotiate CMAs. There are very issue specific that have quite strong standards in them. That's the signals that we are very clearly getting from the government, that is, if there are CMAs, there's going to be very high environmental and social standards needed. But definitely something that I think will be much more possible after the election and going into 2025. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that. Now, if I could just maybe sidestep a little, just talking more specifically on kind of comparative advantages. So I think we've talked about, US-India potential critical minerals agreement. Maybe if I could start with you, Pranati, and then Dhruv, on really where do you see kind of India's comparative advantages in the supply chain? Is it, for example, on the cathode side, the anode, cell manufacturing? It'll be really good to get, some more perspective on this.
Sure, thanks for that. BloombergNEF actually has an annual battery supply chain ranking that we do where we, consider 30 countries. And this year, India performed quite well. I think it moved up to 2 ranks. And I think that was primarily driven by two factors. The first was the discovery of, the lithium mines and already existing presence of minerals such as graphite. And the second thing was support from the government and the growing innovation in the country. However, one thing that we didn't perform well on was the ESG factors, where, environmental regulations and things like that, I guess, compared to other countries in the ranking wasn't as good. So I think when you consider comparative advantages, it becomes important to, of course, consider your natural resources. But I think it also becomes important to consider, I think, like Kalpesh and Rajesh mentioned, the customers and their appetite. I think one thing that we've noticed in the US specifically, the Inflation Reduction Act has, of course, incentivized the industry greatly. But all of the investments, or a majority of the investments that are now coming into the battery supply chain, are coming from automotive players. So there is an appetite for vertical integration, where, companies such as Ford, General Motors, Volkswagen, all of them are interested in creating a localized and vertically integrated supply chain. So I think India developing, cathode or anode capabilities would be great. But I think it would be more beneficial if it were to happen in a vertically integrated manner, potentially led by, larger automotive players, Tata, Mahindra, whoever they may be. But I think that vertical integration is something that needs to be considered because, again, to the earlier point on economies of scale, that vertical integration ultimately enables that as well, where, if you have a consistent demand and you have a consistent supply, the economics kind of fit a little bit better. I think one thing that I would mention, the earlier point about, battery chemistries, that's another one that's very, very important to consider. Even in the US, I think there is a dominance of LFP batteries simply because of the global dominance of LFP batteries, but I think there is a recognition that the government is also incentivizing other technologies and other chemistries that could be potentially more beneficial to them given their natural resources and their capabilities. So a lot of the new battery investments that we're seeing now in the US are NMC chemistry driven. So I think that's something that also India needs to consider more closely, which chemistry is going to be beneficial to it, given its existing natural resources, existing technical expertise, and existing, funding and industry interest. So that's my take on it.
Thanks for sharing that. Dhruv, do you want to also comment on this point?
Yeah, sure. So I would say our biggest comparative advantage currently, let's say competitive advantage globally, is that we're not China. So in some markets, that matters. In terms of cost, the Chinese they are beating everyone. So it will take a long time for India to get there. I know that there have been studies saying that with India's factors of production being cheap, it is possible that India could be a very low cost supplier. But as Pranati said, that requires scale. So fundamentally, it comes down to how much scale can India achieve if we are to compete on cost. If not, and we are looking at just opening up China plus one opportunities in the short term, then we'll need to look at. So again, what happened globally is that countries aren't just looking at diversification, they're looking at complete localization. So we need to start thinking about how to convince them that to suit their requirements, which might just be energy security, diversification is perfectly fine. And that's true for India as well. For certain technologies, it's okay to just diversify to de-risk as opposed to localize everything. And then build on that till the point we reach some level of scale, which means, close to 50, 100 gigawatt hour kind of cell capacity plants, not what we have today where some people are announcing 5, 14, that kind of scale. That's not going to be enough. Then secondly, again, coming back to how do we prioritize these sectors and where do we want to grow? I would say that, export potential on a cost comparative standpoint is not something we need to look at currently, because that's not going to happen till we reach scale. So instead, let's look at strategic kind of advantages. So some examples that we have been working on at CEW. One is, of course, what Kalpesh does, which is synthetic graphite anodes. So let's use our domestic feedstock. We have petroleum refiners. So we will have some access to, and also coal, and so pitch and needle coke, which needs to go into synthetic anodes. Let's leverage that and build capabilities, technological capabilities. Then, the export potential can come a little later. Similarly, we can look in, and as I feel we should look into developing LMFP or LFP cathode capabilities in India. Just because of our resources, we don't really have cobalt. Even nickel is, sparse. There's just one processing plant in the whole country for nickel, and there's no real production. So given that, let's, focus on LFP, LMFP. Again, not looking at competing with China, because that's not going to happen in the short term, but rather looking at building capabilities. Where we might look at, let's scale up is aluminum products, because cells require so many aluminum products, aluminum foils, casings. I think Rajesh mentioned this. We don't produce cans. We have a huge aluminum industry, and aluminum products even today in the battery sector are kind of still traded globally. They're not localized so much because you need that kind of scale. So maybe that's somewhere where we can compete. And then finally, I would just say that if we think about this kind of comparative advantage for 2030, where we can compete with China, just as a number, then let's look at piloting lines, cell manufacturing lines of next generation technologies. So that could be dry coating technologies, where that might be the next edge. It could be sodium ion, which is, again, you're completely replacing the cathode, reducing your demand, and you don't need graphite anodes as well. You need hard carbon anodes. So then your whole supply chain question changes. So if we think about comparative advantage in terms of a long-term approach, I think that will be good. And in the short term, leverage what we can in terms of these FTAs, bilateral partnerships, compete with everyone except China where we can. So that's my feeling on how we can approach this.
Yeah, very interesting. Thanks. Rishabh, if I can just maybe, end with you, and then we'll get, Sir to speak. So, I think we've spoken a lot about like partnerships with the US, with the EU. But fundamentally, a lot of these mineral resources are in emerging economies. So do you think there's a case for more South-South cooperation between India and some of these countries across the EV battery supply chain? And do you think, there's a way to move away from sort of competition where we're all competing for the same investment towards more cooperation across these different countries?
Yeah, so yeah, definitely there is a more, we can definitely build on that South-South collaboration. India has been one of the voices to raise the South-South collaboration at a global stage. We had seen in the case of G20, where under India's presidency, we observed that African Union became a member of the G20, and then we have various India-led initiatives on a global stage, like International Solar Alliance, where they have been working a lot in the African LDCs and SID countries, and helping them in the energy transition aspect. And taking the point from what Dhruv mentioned, that there is a China plus one approach that is being coming up in the global stage, and it is not only the countries which are talking about, it is also the private players, the industry itself are thinking about a China plus one approach, and we can definitely leverage that thinking and be that plus one, and try to build on that. And definitely there is a need to we need to acknowledge that there is skewedness in the supply chain, but how we can build and address those skewedness, because we need to find the right partner in this ecosystem when we are talking about collaboration. Who, like you were mentioning, Africa has a lot of mineral capacity, and then we would definitely build on the manufacturing, how we can build on the processing aspect of it, and how we can leverage each other's advantages to the fullest, that we need to look upon. And of course, there are various areas there we can collaborate more upon R&D and skill development and mineral sourcing. Also, we've talked about mineral sourcing, and there is talk about sustainable and responsible mineral sourcing aspect of it, and that can be also be thought about when we are doing these collaborations. And in the South-South collaboration itself, India and Africa collaboration makes a lot of traction in that case, because there is a huge market in the Africa. India has been one of the largest two-wheeler and three-wheeler exporters, and majorly our exports are going to the African continent, and we have a great demand where the Indian companies have been able to establish confidence within the local community pertaining to the Indian brand, and how they are able to create a market. And of course, with more vehicle adoption coming in, how we can leapfrog into the EV transition, help Africa leapfrog into the EV transition, and not just for ride on the ICE vehicles. And so how we can create a market, and that would also eventually help India in the long run, because of the economies of scale we'll be able to create. When we are creating a market globally for the Indian products, we will be able to drive down the economies of scale, have the benefits of economies of scale, and drive the benefits of it, and how we can definitely leverage each other's capabilities to advance in the global stage. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for sharing that. We're very honored to also have Mr. Suresh Babu Muttana on the panel. Mr. Suresh Babu works as a scientist E and director at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He's currently associated with the R&D for EVs and the Indian standards for EV charging infrastructure. Prior to this, he also had 15 years of experience at TIFAC, where he was involved in the preparation of the National Mission for Electric Mobility Roadmap, Collaborative Automotive R&D, and the Advanced Composites Mission. So, sir, if you could maybe speak a little bit about how the government is viewing the development of the cell manufacturing and battery supply chain landscape in India.
Yeah, thank you very much, Siddharth. Sorry for the delay. And today's conference is very important conference indeed. Supply chain plays an important role as far as EV ecosystem is concerned. And when we look at the government initiatives, I think we have the very conducive environment in the country. And right from the beginning, the government has been pushing for promoting electric vehicles in different ways. Indeed, the first step was for introducing the FAME scheme, and then followed by advanced cell chemistry PLI scheme. And then apart from that, we have done a massive exercise in developing standards, electric vehicle charging infrastructure standards, and also battery standards. BIS and other ministries together have been actively involved. And recently there was technology agnostic standards were also brought into. Those will be published very soon. Indeed, when we look at the battery, which is a very important component in the entire electric vehicle system, we see that cell manufacturing is the missing link in our country. I think, to be very frank and very straightforward, that most of our people import the cells and then assemble the cells into modules and then into packs, and then now vehicles are being integrated, and they are running on the roads. So from the Department of Science and Technology, what we looked at was that we want to map all the gaps in this electric mobility domain. Indeed, we had 18 months of rigorous exercise, and we consulted more than 200 industries. And we came up with a technology we call white paper on electric mobility. Indeed, this was released last February 2024 by our union minister. In this, when we looked at electric, this is the report which you can read from our website. And one of the areas that has been emphasized in this report was on developing a prototype manufacturing facility in the country. Why that prototype manufacturing facility is that right now, if you look at some of the schemes like ACC PLI, we are targeting about gigawatt hour factories. And then present research in the laboratories either in IITs or other universities. They are at TRL level 1 to 3. But we need industry grade products which can be used in the which can come out from the gigafactories alone. There is a gap between academic research and then industry requirements. Indeed, what we felt is that we want to set up these pilot prototype centers across the country, wherein these centers are bigger than a laboratory scale facility, but smaller than gigawatt hour factory. But it will mimic gigawatt hour factory manufacturing facilities in that. Indeed, we have done rigorous exercise and we have been visiting many laboratories to find out what kind of capacities we have to bring in. Indeed, Amar Raja and Exide also, they were also working in many other cell manufacturing industries. They are actually gearing up to set up their own research facilities. But this facility which we are envisaging is for the public use. And this will cater to not only for battery manufacturers, even for the material supply chain community. Material supply chain community, that is very, very important group, because that's where actually I think we have been debating from the morning. I think those are very, very important to develop localized capabilities, to develop anode material, cathode material, electrolyte separator and all that. And then so that it is not only to reduce the cost, but also to have uninterrupted supply of materials when we go for cell manufacturing in the country in a massive way. And these two activities will go in parallel. One is like establishing cell manufacturing facilities in the country, at the same time establishing the uninterrupted supply chain, so that it may go smoothly without any interruption. So as far as Department of Science and Technology is concerned, we are also ready to support technologies for developing new and emerging technologies. In case of anodes, like silicon blended anodes are also coming up, and then new and emerging chemistries, and sodium ion, and then solid state electrolyte batteries, and also bringing improvements in the existing chemistries like LFP, NMC, and LFMP. I think one of the speakers on the dais, he mentioned. In fact, that was one of the LFMP is one of the focused area that has been mentioned in our roadmap as well. And so in all of these, we want to have proof of concept and then scaled up versions. And then these facilities will be opened up for all the material community and also for battery manufacturing community, even for vehicle OEMs. If we look at the requirements of vehicle OEMs are different from battery OEMs, because vehicle OEMs, they expect that they want to satisfy the customer needs to have longer range vehicles. And also, the batteries should perform longer time. And at the same time, battery manufacturers, when we look at their requirement, they have limitations of the materials, the capacity, that energy density, power density. And there are a lot of issues, though these need to be addressed so that we can achieve the desired specifications or parameters. Indeed, when it comes to sodium-ion battery, I think we are also exploring. I think not only Department of Science and Technology, even MNRE, they are also our parent ministry is taking very seriously to create some facilities to scale up these technologies, whatever is there at the laboratory scale, because the scaling up is the big challenge. So whatever works at gram level may not work at kgs level, and then when we bring that product in the field, and we may face different issues altogether. And the Department of Science and Technology is also, apart from creating this prototype cell manufacturing facilities, we are also planning to announce call for proposal for different areas. One is like equipment development, cell manufacturing equipment development is another area which we want to support. Whoever comes up, R&D institutions or academia, even industry, we will be happy to support. And also EV safety systems, a lot of like electrolyte development is needed. And also even battery diagnostics, even different kind of modeling studies to understand the thermal runaway. And those were also being considered. And also we want to categorize that short-term needs, short-term cellular systems for EV battery, that and long-term, short-term and long-term chemistries, and then cell level and also system level demonstrations were also being thought of. This call will come somewhere in the middle of July. And we encourage the industries to join hands. We don't expect contributions financially, but when the researchers take up the issues, I think it will be wonderful that they may take the right problems and then work towards right solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you covered it really well, like in terms of how the Department of Science and Technology is taking so many initiatives to address some of the gaps in the ecosystem. Just checking, do we have time for a couple of questions from the audience? Yeah. Okay, maybe one round of questions. So if folks could raise their hands, and if you can just mention your name, your organization, and who your question is addressed to.
From Forrester Research, my basic question is that we are seeing that there's a lot of informal sector in the economy as far as batteries are concerned, which lack basically standards, for example, on voltage, on capacity, storage of this electric performance, and even the durability, etc. And in fact, so because of which high quality battery manufacturers, OEMs, basically are not interested in manufacturing, and these imports basically come from China because tariffs are being raised in EU, both in EU and US, etc. And this is going to, because even in two-wheelers we see that a lot of these informal sector is there, and basically these batteries are come at very, very cheap cost, sometimes even in fact
sorry, could you just make it a question?
Yeah, so they come at quite a cheap cost, and because of which even India does not have that quality of mining companies, for example BHP, Billiton, etc. So how do we address these type of issues? Because in West, basically they have Tesla, etc. So basically these battery manufacturing companies can basically cater to these type of high-end manufacturers, but in India, basically they have to basically lower their bar. So how do you think that these things can be addressed?
Okay,
thanks.
Maybe let's take a few others. Anyone else has questions?
Can I answer this question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think one of the important things that we have to look at is that our temperatures are quite different from the temperatures of other countries, developed countries. So the batteries that we make should be temperature tolerant. And then if that is the case, then we need to develop the materials and then entire the cell and modules, everything according to meeting our temperatures. And the second thing is when it comes to materials that we are getting from other countries very cheaper, that's where I think many people complained that fire accidents were happened because of inferior materials that we imported at cheaper cost. So because of that reason, that government has imposed this new standard AIS 156 modified one, which is the best standard in the world. In fact, I'm not telling from my side, but even the industry is appreciated. They said that even though it is very stringent standard, but it is helping us. And indeed, indirectly, it will help the business of the industry. So somewhere down the line, we need to look at the local problems and our own environment, our own driving cycles, our own materials, all those things we need to take into consideration. That's where I think we always encourage to join hands to do some kind of research which can enhance our capabilities. In the long run, we should not be dependent on China or any other country. Rather, we should have our own capabilities. And government is very open even to do to provide the research support. And from Department of Science and Technology, not only my department, other departments, even Ministry of Mines have recently announced that they are open even to encourage the startups to come forward to work with them.
Yeah, please go ahead. Final question. Yeah.
So the thing is, like, I missed some of the part of the session. So sorry if my question has been covered. So the question is like, we are moving towards EVs. And so can you please, guys, focus on something like, do we have some solid technology about recycling those EVs? Sorry, batteries. Do we have some solid technology to recycling?
Yeah. I think the next session will focus mainly on recycling. So we'll go into more detail on those aspects there. Thank you. Great. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for the rich discussion. Big thanks to each of our panelists, as well as those who've joined virtually. I think, Tom, big thanks for the presentation. It's probably past midnight in New York, so thanks for staying up so late. And yeah, please just give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
I request Mr. Siddharth Goyal to please present the discussants with a token of our appreciation.
If you can just unveil the summary as well, please.
We will now be taking a short break for tea and coffee, and we'll resume the second session at 12:10 p.m.
Broadly, this clean energy supply chain regionalization. So we have a report coming out in a couple of months, which is basically kind of building on what I just spoke about. Our findings. So hopefully, I think we'll be releasing it at IISD in September. Okay. Yeah. I'm mostly speaking to Vivek and for the practice. So yeah, you do. Thank you. We also start approach it with the technology perspective. Oh, okay. Not very easy. I have a question. I am yeah, I mean, but that's because I guess we don't have enough engagement to use for fitting a video. I'm also wondering whether there will be So are you working on what took you
I request everybody to kindly take their seats. We will be beginning shortly. Kindly take your seats, please. We're about to start the second session. Yeah.
I would request everyone to come back.
Welcome back, everyone. We will now start with the second session for today on optimizing recycling reverse supply chains for resource recovery, policy insights, and modeling approaches. But before that, I would request all the panelists for session 2 to please take their seats on the dais. We have with us today Mr. Pranshu Singhal. He's founder of Karo Sambhav. Mr. Pratyush Sinha, Vice President at Loham. Dr. Rahul Valavalkar, President of India Energy Solar Storage Alliance. And Mr. A.L.N. Rao, who's joining us virtually. He's a global consultant on sustainability and circularity. Finally, we have Dr. Amrita Goldar. She's Senior Fellow and Thematic Lead at ICRIER. And before we start, I would request that Mr. Nitin Desai's speech that he had shared as a video message be shared first.
Apologies for not being present at your meeting, either in person or through the internet. I happened to be stuck with a house with had a power cut for a rather long period, and I could not connect to the internet. In many ways, the meeting that you are holding on a strategy, which will deal with a strategy for managing the EV battery requirements in India, is a very important one because it's a very crucial part of the transition. Batteries generally are as part of the transition that we require in energy. So I'd say that this is a crucial bit now. And amongst batteries, the EV batteries require certain input materials, rare metals, etc., which are not readily and easily available in India at present. And there's a heavy dependence on imports, which may be a little bit of a problem at the scale at which you want to transition to EVs. And for that matter, the scale at which we want to transition to renewable energy. I understand that an important dimension of your work is the recycling of materials so as to meet with the requirements of the rare things that are required for EVs. I know this has started happening in India. There are companies which are focusing on recycling. In fact, I recently sold a couple of my own old computers to such a company. And I'm sure that you will have thoughts and views on the scale at which the recycling can be increased well beyond the levels that we find at present in India. There are other dimensions which are also relevant for coping with the challenges of battery production in India. One is that in many ways the sources of the rare materials that are required for the purposes of EV battery production have never been, were not widely explored because the demand was small. But now that the demand for them is increasing by an order of magnitude, maybe 2 orders of magnitude, there will be a greater effort at exploration in a wider set of areas. This is already happening in India. In the case of lithium, I know that a couple of things have already been started for this purpose. The second other area that I would emphasize here is the possibility of producing these batteries with a different type of materials that are more readily available in India. And this is also, I understand, being tried and experimented by some companies. And that too will help and contribute towards meeting the challenge of EV battery production for a scale of EV requirements which will be very, very large in a country like India. So your meeting is of great importance for this transition of energy that we require. And I'm sure that you will have some very valuable suggestions to make, which would be helpful for government policy as well as for corporate strategy. So I look forward to what comes out of your discussions, and many thanks for doing it. And once again, apologies for my absence at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you very much. My apologies for not being present at your meeting.
I now request Dr. Amrita Goldar to give her opening remarks and present the results of the study.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yamini. I think I could not have set the context better. So after Sir's comments and his sort of welcoming remarks, there are, I think, a few things that I want to start off with before we move on to the presentation. Because I think all of you are obviously coming from different disciplines, from different backgrounds. But let me take a cue from what was said in the previous session about the importance of recycling and this entire project. So we have been working with IISD, I believe, for the last 3 years, or in fact, even more if you count the proposal writing stage in. It's been a wonderful experience working with them. We've had, I think, lots of fun on the way. And they are generally quite an awesome partner to work with. But be that as may, over the last 3 years, we have learned so much and we have developed our own, I would say, niche areas of research that we are working on. When we talk about the supply chain, ICRIA's work particularly focuses on the extreme fag end. So we are, and even Nitin sir was alluding to the same, on recycling and basically looking at recycling technologies, how do you ensure greater recoveries and how do they contribute to the larger sort of CRM sourcing ecosystem. Within that, there are some things that I wanted to bring to your attention. Oftentimes when one looks at research on this issue, and there are, I think, a lot of papers that are there is an inordinate focus on either the technology or on the policy. But there is, or at least what we could find as part of our digging through research, very few studies which are focusing on the economy aspect. Now, any sort of positive policy impact that needs to happen needs to make economic sense. Yes, environmental sense needs to happen, and it's a conscious decision. There are from the industry side CSR initiatives, etc. But it has to, at the larger at the end of the day, make economic sense as well. So we, through our research, are trying to build in that economic sense into the work so that we can very deterministically say that these are the gains to be had if you are going down a more circular economy types of a pathway. That being said, the second point that I wanted to bring to your attention is that circular economy is made up of 2 terms. Yes, the economy part is what we are sort of focusing on, needs to look into the feedback effects. So one is the direct impacts of recycling. So CRM sourcing, waste management costs, skilled labor requirements, etc., etc. imagine this to be just the first level of impacts. But there are so many other interconnections that need to be looked into as well. So when you look at the total impact from a systemic sort of perspective, the impact will be magnified much more. And in fact, this is what we will show in our research also, that because through recycled products, these feed into industrial sort of product streams, waste management as an activity leads to a lot of economic gains. So there is obviously a virtuous impact that circular economy would have throughout the environment, not just isolated in the first level of impact, as I would say. So let me just quickly move on to the presentation. Can my slides be pulled up? Yes. Yeah. So this is what our contribution to this current project talks about. So optimizing recycling reverse supply chains for resource recovery, policy insights, and modeling approaches. Now, what are reverse supply chains and who are the main actors? Oftentimes in policy, recycling is seen as this sort of a homogeneous sort of entity. You have maybe similar sort of technologies being deployed, similar sort of actors, but that is definitely untrue. In the previous session also, there was a discussion, in fact, a question also alluded to this issue of informality. So that is maybe one end of the spectrum. And today on my panel, we have all of these, I would say, doyens of industry who are probably at the other end of the spectrum, operating with exceedingly technologically sophisticated machinery and manufacturing processes, who are at the other end. So it is not a homogeneous entity. There are multiple actors operating across multiple levels of complexity and technical capacity. We are in our study looking at these four aspects. We have tried to look at both the formal sector as well as the informal sector. The four stages that we are focusing on as part of our study is collection, transporting, processing, and material recovery. The research question and the hypothesis that we are starting our work with is identifying the critical entities involved in the recycling supply chain. Coming back to this issue, it's not a homogeneous entity, it's made up of multiple constituents. So who are these entities? What do they bring to the table in terms of value addition, in terms of employment generation, in terms of resource recovery, etc. The other issue is estimating or enumerating their contribution to look into the first level of impacts, and then the total level of impacts that looks at secondary and tertiary impacts throughout the economy. And third is what could be the optimal policy instrument. There was in the previous session a discussion about the need for incentives that need to be built up. Now, you have to understand that for most of this ecosystem, it is operating in an environment of mandates. So coupled with mandates, or even maybe exceeding the mandates, what is the role of incentives that could be there? What is needed, etc. So again, look, listing out the key entities that are involved. So recyclers, policymakers, producers, NGO think tanks like us, and PROs or other aggregators who are helping get to the sort of critical minimum mass that is needed for profitable operations. And these are the different stages that we looked into. So just for people who are sort of getting into recycling as an issue, so we have looked into four different stages, and this is what is there in the model as well. So we have looked at collection, so collection and transportation. So it could be at door-to-door level, it could be through drop-in bins, etc. The second is dismantling. To dismantling could be maybe the first stage of recovery, where you're sort of breaking down the larger product into smaller sort of consumable chunks for further processing. Then you come down to shredding, sorting, separation. And finally, you have the recycling and recovery, where you finally get the product that you want that can be further consumed in useful applications. For our analysis, obviously sitting here in Delhi, We had access to policymakers that we could talk to, but for a deeper dive, and you have to understand that when we are doing research, this issue or this sector of informal operators is a very nebulous and I would say almost a mythical being. So getting them to talk to us was a task by itself. So what we wanted to do is to both talk to formal operators who thankfully for us were more open to talking, more open to sort of listing out their policy grievances and listing out what they would want in policy, but getting to this elusive being called informal operator was very difficult because they were oftentimes quite scared of what we were going to ask, about what the answers could mean for them, etc. So what we wanted, and given the fact that our team is a little small, we tried to do a more case study and a focus state approach. So the two states that we sort of dig deep into were Maharashtra and Karnataka for obvious reasons. We had a questionnaire that we took, but there were a lot of informal interviews also, in the sense that they were open-ended questions that were asked, etc. And their feedback fed a lot into the empirical modeling work that I'll talk about later. There are obviously, you see these sort of organically grown pockets where recycling is happening in both the states. We tried and target there. You had these in terms of the technology ladder or the technology spectrum, you had more higher level or high scale technology recycling that is maybe dominated by the formal sector. Informal sector finds itself a little isolated in terms of the stages where it's actively engaged in. So informal sector is basically engaged in collection, segregation, and maybe the initial dismantling. And even with respect to, from a spatial point of view, they're concentrated in certain regions only. So that was that. And from the field survey, we also tried to identify the role that PROs could play. So for people who are sort of more aware of how the notifications are laid out from e-waste management side as well as battery waste management side, PROs are sort of there in some, not there in others. What is the role that they could play is something that we are looking into. Here comes the waste model. So last year in event much like this, we had unveiled the ICREER Sampada model. So Sampada is the in-house ICREER model, which looks at waste management technologies and policies. This is a model that is capable of looking into the economic impact of waste management. It has 37 sectors, economic sectors that it can look into. It has currently 5 different waste management technologies, and it can right now look into 7 different waste types. Now, just to sort of flag the issue, e-waste right now is one waste type, but going ahead, we plan to segment or break up e-waste into a lot more constituent elements. So maybe PCBs, looking at lithium-ion batteries, spent magnets, etc., etc. So that disaggregation will happen in maybe Sampada 3.0. So right now, just sort of laying out the schematic of the model. And as you can see, this is a waste supply use table. So you have certain elements or certain matrices that are in rupees lakhs. So those are the economic elements to look into where all waste feeds into. So waste would need waste management activities. So that is the economic side. And second economic side is waste oftentimes feeds into production processes. So that is also estimated here. On the lower end of the matrix, you'll see the waste treatment sectors and generation. These are in physical quantities. So in terms of metric tons per annum, how much is the waste being treated and how much is the waste being generated by different entities. Okay. Something that I want to sort of flag here quickly, don't want to take up too much time, is that right now the model is capable of looking at policies. But what we felt, and that is what led to the genesis of Sampada 2.0, is the fact that it is right now, or it was weak in terms of technology analysis. So 2.0 brings two very diverse elements together. One is the economic side. So the economic side of waste management and waste processing. And the other part is technology. So what are for these different waste types? What is the technology that is adopted? These are the constituents of the WSUT model. I'll quickly go over it. If you have any queries, I'm always available during lunchtime. You can please ask me. So as I said, the monetary input-output terms, so these are the monetary values of different operations in the country. Waste generation in India, which is more in physical terms. So we have biodegradable MSW, non-biodegradable MSW, which is dry and inert, hazardous waste, e-waste, biomedical waste, and plastic waste. Data to the largest extent possible, we have used government numbers only, but in cases where we were stuck, specifically with respect to the technology side that I would talk about, we have talked to a lot of people to get the information. Waste treatment was the data for waste treatment was a bit sketchy. So right now, what we have for waste treatment is incineration, composting, landfill, which is the largest sort of end final resting place for waste. Construction and demolition waste management processes and material recovery facilities. Essentially, when we are talking about e-waste or even battery waste, most of the work that we're talking about will be in the last domain, which is in the material recovery facilities. Data was taken from Swachh Bharat Mission and other data sources. For technologies with respect to waste management, we have taken secondary data sources to calculate how much it costs for each of these sort of waste treatment types. Coming to the linear programming, and this is where the technology part comes in, and this will be, I think, of interest to the panelists as well. So we had different, and if you can see below, we had different technologies that we wanted to see. So for we are sort of, if you can see, we have very nicely or crudely, that depends on the way you look at it, carved down the stages into three. So you have collection, transportation, dismantling, as well as recycling. For each of these, we had different technologies. And the baseline scenario is based on our interviews, what is the market share for each of these technologies? Moving on, there was an alternative scenario was created, and this is where the linear programming thing figures. So for each of these technologies, for each of these end users, not end users, but stages, what is the optimal technology that needs to come about? Now, first is discussing about the criteria. What do you say, or how do you define optimality? So for us, we have defined optimality based on cost, because yes, it's India. Second is value-added shares, about what sort of returns do they give to the entity operating it, and the recovery rates. So right now, yes, this is a little basic. So we have found corner solutions. So what corner solution essentially means is that we have found one technology to sort of surpass all others. We have right now not built in capacity constraints that you can't have one technology more than others. So when you solve the linear program, it gives you one technology for each. So that is what we have incorporated. Yes, it's a little rudimentary. We will work on it further. So in the alternative scenario, you would find one technology that is chosen. And we assume that what if this was the technology that was be all end all of technologies for this stage. So we have a discrete technology solution, a selection, and that is what was fed as the alternative scenario. And the work then looked into what could be the impact. So first, let us look at the baseline scenario. So baseline is things are going hunky-dory, things are not changing, whatever is. So using the waste supply use or Sampada 2.0 model, this is what you can see. First is in terms of actual waste generation, no points for guessing, manufacturing sector has both the highest direct and total waste generation effects. So direct is what you can see. Obviously, any layperson can say that, yes, industries would generate the largest amount of waste. But if you look at the total impact, so this is waste and the first line impacts and all the secondary and tertiary impacts taken together, what is the sector that is most polluting, if I could call it that? It is the manufacturing sector. Moving on to the economic stimulus. Now, we have used economic stimulus in a very interesting way. So economic stimulus, if you look at it, first glance, is the cost of operating. But if you look at it from the other glance, then it becomes the larger sort of gains to the society, because this cost leads to economic activity much beyond this sort of direct entity, right? So suppose there is a shredder or a shredding operation, suppose there is a recycler using material recovery, he or she would need so many other inputs, right from the construction stage to the operating stage, and that leads to virtuous impact. So you have material recovery facility, which will have the highest total impact, obvious. The other thing, so landfill, which is, I would say, the largest treatment. I don't even know if I should call it a treatment technology, but yes, most of the waste is going to landfill, and that has a inordinately large share. So that has very minimal indirect economics, because essentially you're just throwing garbage to the ground, and there are no gains to be made subsequently. So MRF has the highest economic activity. So therefore, for material recovery facility, from both the direct and the indirect effects, you can show that more incentives need to be provided. The second thing is, now we moving on to the alternative scenario. What if technology also changes? So you have the as is baseline status quo. If we move on to alternative scenario, which has higher, a better improved technology, what are the gains? So we presume, or what we see is, there are two direct impacts that can be seen. First is, you have higher quantum of recoveries, and you have both associatedly larger share or larger cost incurrence for waste management. Now, we as an economy have to see what are the costs and the benefits. Now, if you just focus on the costs, we see that the alternative scenario would cost the economy a higher level of around 28.3% as compared to the baseline. And if you look at the benefits, this leads to increased recovery of 10%. A policymaker looking at it in a very sort of plain vanilla way would say that, Amrita, it makes no sense. Why would I spend more to get little? But the point is, these are in volumetric terms, not in value terms. The 10% that you get in increased recovery is also higher quality product with higher purity. So you are recovering materials that with greater efficiency, things that are of higher purity, that can have much more use cases. So the value that you could get with higher recovery would also get enhanced. Additionally, there are feedback loops also. So there is some work parallelly that we've done. So feedback loops mean that with these higher recoveries, recovery is not a first line item. Higher recovery is the direct gain to material recovery facility. But the fact that this is feeding into industry, that is generating jobs, that is then producing something that is being used by others, you can imagine that there is a big sort of circularity that is associated with it. So there are feedback impacts. So we have found that with higher recovery, there will be reduced material consumption of virgin material by industries as well. So this is a big win-win. Right, you are producing recycled products that are being used by industry, replaces virgin material. So therefore, cutting down on emissions. Second is, it might be an impact on profitability as well, because most probably the recycled products are coming to you at maybe a lesser cost than what would be a virgin material. We have to dig deeper, but definitely looking at our analysis using annual survey of industries, which is the largest survey done for industries, we have seen this replacement effect to be happening, and there is a profitability impact also. Last slide on the policy recommendations. And since I am sort of joined in by, I think, some of the best minds in the business, there are more things that we could add to this list. First is the importance of recycling from the critical minerals aspect. I already talked about it. So IE estimates show that recycling could contribute by around 10% by 2040 to the larger sourcing that is happening. Second is there is a manufacturing potential. I think Sir in the last session talked about the fact that this is a race that we could win, probably. There are early mover advantages. So how do we develop technologies which places India as a global player in this ecosystem? There is a recycling infrastructure that is needed. To an extent, oftentimes this issue of informality versus formality, does informality go away? Do informal entities become formal? This is a big question. But needless to say, there is a need for recycling infrastructure, because the amount of waste that is generated versus the amount of waste that is treated, there is a big gap. And as I said, landfill serves no economic purpose. Fourth point is creating market access. So there needs to be platforms for recyclers to access domestic and international markets. So both from the demand side as well as the supply side, markets need to be created. So producers can have a platform to sell their wares. You have producers that use, so they can sort of have a platform that can be a meeting point. Procurement policies, definitely. Government is one of the largest consumers. So it can prioritize products with recycled materials, so that can be done. Establishing standards and certifications, a discussion happened on this as well. On quality and reliability of recycled products is also needed. And you have this sort of larger ecosystem. So there is this missing policy narrative. So Prime Minister Modi has started out something, I would say started out as mini revolution of sorts when he's talking about life and the importance of it in sustainability. Life will include recycling as well. So if you're conscious consumers, you will then choose to consume products that have greater recycled elements. So these are some of the things that we are putting in as our policy recommendations. With that, let me stop my presentation. Before I go, there are, I think, some housekeeping announcements. So you would see a QR code flashing in front of you. Yes. If you take out the time to actually put your screens there and take this QR code, it will take you to a website that we've launched very recently. So all the bug that I did just now, that actually has a base. So you will be able to access. So if somebody, Rajkumarji, if we can shift to the website. Apologies for the shameless self-promotion, but okay. So this is the website that right now houses a lot of our work. So if you are interested in learning more of the things, so this is a website. So this is a microsite to the larger ICRIA site. We are calling it Sustain Analytics. So it has all the modeling work that we do, and we are sort of building on it page by page. If you go to the Sampada page specifically, please click on the Sampada page. It's there. No, please scroll down, please. So you will be able to see a lot of our work that we've done. So summary briefs, etc. of the work that I just presented now have also been placed. So while I will be calling the authors in a while to release this summary, you can also access it electronically. So that's all. Let me move on to my seat and let's start the Q&A. Okay, so I think before I have some questions that are I will be asking the panelists today, but I think let me first ask you, what did you feel about, or maybe I just wanted to take your first impressions of the presentation that was made? Are we very off? Are we on track? Are things the same as what we found it to be? So just wanted to take your honest opinion, and then we'll go on to the questions I have noted down. So on my left, Kanchi sir.
So honestly, I think I'll have to do a much thorough review because these are fairly complex topics. And what we saw was a broad overview, so very difficult for me to comment right away. But I'd like to really go through the website and then come back.
Okay.
So I think you covered a lot of topics. So focusing on the e-waste of it, I think overall it is consistent with what I would have expected, although I'm not the best expert in this area, but three areas where maybe in the future work, if you're interested as a India Energy Storage Alliance, we can explore any collaborations for expanding the scope is. One is even looking at right now, because we are starting almost greenfield in manufacturing, right? So how do you start encourage designing for recycling? Because that ends up becoming a biggest issue where right now when we are seeing many of the battery pack making companies, when they are doing it, they are assembling the batteries in a way which makes it very difficult, except for complete scrapping. So for reuse and recycling, it is not being considered. Or even at the cell level, while you're designing it, how do you consider that? So that's one aspect we are looking at through India Battery Manufacturing Supply Chain Council, as well as India Reuse and Recycling Council of IESA. The second area I would suggest maybe expansion is in terms of even looking at direct recycling, where instead of going back to the individual things, there is some research happening where can you actually get process some of the materials directly as a processed material which can be used in the battery supply chain, so that you are eliminating two steps in the entire process. And it's in early stage, but again, around the world it is in early stage. So as we are starting on this, maybe that's one area which as a country we can look at in terms of the R&D development and developing some IP in that. The third area I would suggest is that although we talk about in terms of the e-waste collection and other infrastructure, one area, especially when it comes to batteries, used batteries, spent batteries, and their handling, I think right now I haven't seen much attention being given is the safety aspect, because we are already seeing it in many even developed countries. In China, issues happening with fires with used batteries, how they are being stored, how they are being transported, and all those things. So that aspect also needs to be brought in. So those three areas, as IESA, we are already working on it. And again, if you guys are interested, we'll be happy to explore collaboration.
Hey, hi. Thanks a lot for the presentation. It seemed quite interesting. I will do a deep dive of it and I will try to get back with inputs. But prima facie, what for any modeling exercise, the most important thing is the data. And the quality of data is what determines it, because ultimately, otherwise it becomes garbage in, garbage out. So I think what I appreciated is the fact that there has been work done in collecting the data. And so I think the next stage would be from my side is in verifying the quality of that data, putting validations, checks, also trying to essentially do a more statistical kind of analysis. So while the focus was on, say, Maharashtra and Karnataka, there are larger markets which are not as industrial or where collection might not be happening. For example, what happens in states like Bihar, states like West Bengal. So we don't know. So maybe while there's a deep dive in a couple of states, can we also do some sort of a shallow dive across different states to validate the model? So that can be some sort of a check. Then coming to the modeling aspects, so there's a base model and then there is a alternative model. So alternative model may number of dimensions can be modified. So you can look at, say, for example, the collection scenario. Now, collection can also vary. So depending on your surveys across the states, you can maybe have a better estimate of how collection is going to happen, whether the collection rate you've assumed is actually the kind of collection you will see in the market. Policy interventions can also play a role. So for example, now CPCB is coming up with some EPR mandates. There can be scenarios around how successful that EPR mandate becomes. So your variable might also be, for example, the kind of penalties that are available and do they drive collection. Then processing and recovery. So there's a certain industry standard around processing and recovery, but is the material being I would say streamlined to the right recyclers who can recover with the highest recovery rate. For lithium, for example, this becomes very important because lithium recovery rates vary hugely from 50% all the way to 90%, depending on the technology and the process. So that can be another variable, and that can have a very significant impact on overall circularity. So I think some of these new dimensions can be added to the model, and basically a more I would say deeper in some cases and a more broader in some cases validation can be put in. And I think that will, and obviously the model will evolve. This is a good starting point, but I think that is how I think the model should be looked at.
Yes, sir. So let me move on to Mr. Rao. So, sir, over to you.
Yeah, Amrita. In fact, good work done. Continuation of the good work you guys do. I mean, very interesting. I mean, wearing the hat of representative of all the recyclers in the country in e-waste and batteries, and also wearing another hat, being a steering committee member in CPCB for e-waste and batteries. The economical part is the question where producers and all stakeholders are looking at it seriously. You covered a little bit in quite a few modeling aspects there. But at the end of the day, setting the standards for material, for processes, for recyclers, for technology, and for machinery is going to be the key determining factor in arriving at the end result. And that's the area where I think as a country we need to focus on. And added to this, because now CPCB under the rules have started working on environment compensation, min-max and all that, the pricing is the most important factor in every waste management industry. So if we can start working on a pricing calculator, right, a market-based neutral pricing calculator, that is going to actually make many people sit up and watch for, because that's going to give the standards for the country itself. And that is going to be a disruptor. And that's something which I will be very interested on behalf of many stakeholders to actually work closely with you people in developing that platform. Yeah. But yes, the creating market access platform is the need of the hour. We have given that nudge for recycling and refining. We've started putting in that platforms now through CPCB, where records are being monitored now and is on display out there for the general public. So the next big thing, evolution, is going to be the platforms, which I believe is going to be a game changer for the country again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think excellent point, everybody. So we've noted them down, and maybe you will see a version of Sampada 3.0 that will incorporate some of it. In fact, this point about costing, this point about validating figures, excellent. I think we will be doing that in subsequent round. In fact, what we plan to do, and sorry to be taking away some of our time for the discussion. First is what we are planning to do next is to make the model dynamic, because some of our interactions with Niti Aayog and other policymakers, they are very interested to know not just right now, but what could the future hold for this industry. So looking at it from a 2030 perspective, a 2047 perspective, even God forbid 2070 perspective, what could it mean and what could be the recoveries that could be had from this industry? So that is a big ask from us. So that is where it's going to figure. And also this issue of recoveries and recovery rates, I don't think should be taken lightly. So right now we have, I think, barely scratched the surface. So recoveries right now, we are assuming that e-waste is this sort of big behemoth sort of thing. But to disaggregate into its constituents, disaggregate in terms of embedded minerals, what it means, what could be recovered, how much could be recovered that could sort of feed into net zero targets. That is the next big task that we have have taken on. So that I think you'll be hopefully seeing an even better version of Sampada in the near future. So that being said, let me move on to some of the questions that we had listed out for the panelists. So I think in the same order, I hope that is fine. I'm not following the agenda. So is that fine? Yes. Okay. So Pranshu sir, so coming to you first. So I want to know from you, basically coming from the civil society side, research bodies like us, industries, etc. How can we all productively contribute? There is a role that each of us needs to play, can play. And once we are talking about things from a more futuristic perspective, how can they all parties contribute and how can they gain together?
Thank you. So I'll not be specific to any waste sector because I think we started with EV batteries, but then we graduated to e-waste and many other sectors. At a broad level, if you think of a circular economy, the biggest challenge that I still see, and while efforts are being on for several years now, the industry frameworks are still absent. Some evolution has happened, but what does the industry look like? How do we measure it? What is the disclosure platform? What are the standards? How do we report? What are the economics of this? If you ask the same question to 20 recyclers, they all come with very, very, very different numbers. And it can't be so. So something is odd in the ecosystem. So how do we bring it all together? Is I think where, and again, all the bodies, whether it is civil society organizations or research institutes, they will all have varying, very, very, very different roles. For example, civil society organizations, the way at least we have, Karosambhav has worked, is primarily on creating collection systems. At the heart of whole circular economy will always lie a very strong collection system and collection from multiple channels. Now, if we talk of, let's say, electric vehicles versus electronic waste, the differences are stark. Or even between batteries, how lead acid battery is collected versus how a two-wheeler battery will get collected versus how a four-wheeler battery will collect. The channels would be absolutely different. The ways of transportation, the way logistics are defined would again be absolutely different. If I were to talk of e-waste in a very, very similar way, the way you transport a refrigerator, collect and move a refrigerator versus a mobile phone or a charger, again, very stark differences. So first of all, a common line of thought doesn't really apply to all these products. There are very distinct categories. And like when we think of creation of these products, there are different collection, distribution channels. In the same way, we have to think there will be different distribution channels. There will be different consumer incentives. There will be different ways by which people will be participating. If we talk of, let's say, we have just started a project on pencil cell batteries with Everready. Now, in that case, people don't attribute any value versus a lead acid battery or a lithium ion battery. People attribute value. They expect money. So there are no safety concerns in those sort of batteries versus whereas lead acid would have certain safety concerns, EVs would have the electric vehicle batteries or lithium ion batteries would have the highest safety concerns. So again, this is a whole, layering of issues. And how do we break down these independent layers, work on aspects of the whole system is crucial. And that's where the whole ecosystem would come into play. I would love to build on what Pratyush also mentioned. What's the platform play here? So, and are there platforms? And can these platforms serve different products? I don't believe so. What we are finding is we work in 5 or 6 different sectors now. The plays are very different. Some aspects are common, but the more deeper we go, the plays is very different. Another important aspect, I think, for research is how do we create a level playing field? I think the more I talk to organizations today in the whole ecosystem, I think what everyone is suffering from is where is the level playing field? And what are the basics of creating a level playing field? Level playing field will come once, technologies are clearly defined. There is a differentiation between level 1 recycling versus a level 5 recycling. There is a difference between, efficiency, as was brought up by Rahul. What is the What is the efficiency in recovery of different materials? And then the quality of the output. Today, again, all these things are completely absent from the dialogue. We don't even talk about what is the quality of output. Is it even sellable? A big nightmare, for example, in most recycling cases, and I'm talking of advanced materials, not basic materials, exists on how do you put and sell your material, because the manufacturers for those products are not here. So let's take example of indium, which can be taken out from screens of devices. Now, even if you recover indium, there is no buyer. I think I hear the same when I talk to Loham, many a times. Where do you sell your high quality output? Where is the market for this circular material? So, it's a whole range of issues, right from how do you collect, how you recycle, how do you put the secondary material back on the market, and most importantly, can this material go back in the economy? Can the manufacturer actually use it? Because, in many industries, what we are finding is that the manufacturing systems will also need to be modified a bit. Not for metals, because metals don't have that, but for polymers, it's a huge challenge. How do you use polymers back in the economy? So I think, the question that you ask is a fairly complex question. And but each of these aspects need to be deep dived in and figured out. And I think that's where whole stakeholder play comes into being, that we need to be absolutely clear who is going to do what and how are they going to deliver that. Thank you.
Lots of food for thought there. I think we actually received, I think this gives me new project ideas. So Sampada 3.0 के अलावा भी अभी और कुछ भी होएगा. But anyway, so moving on to the next panelist. So Rahulji, I'll come to you. So my first question to you is, what are the infrastructure developments that are necessary to support? So we had this need. So first issue is, I think, a little bit more tricky one, is first to support the formal ecosystem. Second is a more nuanced one. How do you support the informal folks?
No, again, and this is a very tricky question. And I think if you think about it slightly on a broader context, so I think lead acid industry has struggled with it for now more than a couple of decades. I think on paper, we have excellent regulations and other things, but just in terms of the implementation and how do you address this between formal, informal, that has completely derailed the formal recycling of lead acid batteries in India. And even some of the largest lead acid battery manufacturers told me that when we started this India Reuse and Recycling Initiative back in 2018, that we wanted to do all the right thing, but just the way the economics is stacked in formal versus informal and the kind of compliances what we would want to follow or we have to follow versus what informal sectors can get away with, it just does not create a level playing field the way you mentioned. So it's unfortunately, there is no easy answer. We have to work together across various entity and also need to figure out where government need to come really hard. Like, for example, even with lithium-ion batteries or some of the materials, just in terms of the transportation cost, right? If you allow just anyone to just dump it in a tempo and carry it versus if those need to be followed in a proper safety and other thing, that itself can create like a huge difference in cost. And we need to address that. But if we create some kind of thing where maybe some of these facilities or maybe the transportation ecosystem can be created through some kind of a public-private partnership, like what we're doing with, say, charging infrastructure or other thing, and then involve, maybe train and enable some of the informal ecosystem for some of those jobs, then that could be a good thing, right? Because the way even right now where the recycling industry is in India, we are just at an infancy. We have everything has to be built. So rather than looking at it as a just individual company, just building everything on their own and then fighting against the informal ecosystem, can we evolve some kind of a new business models where we can involve some of these informal ecosystem and then create some jobs or training and role for that? That would be very essential in this transition.
Okay. Okay, let me take a cue from this point and let me move on to Pratyush next. Now, this issue of business models is actually very interesting. In fact, I was expecting Rahulji to talk about the issue of platforms, but maybe he did not. So that could be infrastructure that we see. Maybe we'll talk about it later. But this issue of business models is something I want to talk about. And you don't need to answer necessarily from the Lohum perspective, but generally what you feel about the sector as a whole. So we saw, or at least from our analysis, there are a lot of economic benefits that could be had. But that is for the entire society, that is for the entire economy. For an industry, if you're looking at it in isolation, does it make economic sense? What are the economic benefits that could be had?
Sure. So I'll just build on some of the answers earlier, but India today has around auto comp industry in India employs around 1.5 million people. With the move to EVs, a lot of the traditional auto comp is not going to be used, and typically EVs have far fewer parts. So that industry itself is going to, at least just the component industry, discrete manufacturing industry is going to reduce. But half of the value of a EV is in the battery, and there will be a lot more I would say employment opportunities that will come up on the battery side. Half of the value of a battery is in the materials. So there will be a lot of opportunities for employment that will come over there. And there is a lot of opportunity to create value over there. And within that, a large part of the value is just the raw materials. And where unfortunately India is not blessed with primary materials. So recycling becomes a very large source of material. So that way, there is a very clear-cut economic case to do recycling. Now, so that is one aspect of it. There is a case to do recycling. The problem becomes, is there an economic case to recycle all kinds of batteries, for example? And that's where things get tricky. There are some kinds of batteries that are much more lucrative to recycle than others. And that's where the sort of the society or the government has to step in to ensure that those kinds of batteries where economics are not workable are still recycled through some sort of an intervention. There are a few things that can be done at the policy level, at a civil society level, and then at a individual organization level, at a company level that can make this possible. So first is one of the biggest challenges in India is collection. And if you can reduce the collection cost, that becomes a major win, and that makes the entire thing much more feasible. You need to have producers step in to do that. You need to have clear policy guidelines. You need to have civil society step up. At this point of time today, if I have a battery, I don't really know what to do with it. Or if my phone does stops working, I don't know what I have to do with it, honestly. I will Google it. There might be conflicting instructions, but I'll not know what to do. So if there are very clear cut instructions on what to do with batteries as an individual, as a citizen, clear cut instructions to say service centers what to do. There are trained people who can handle these batteries, who can handle these different components. And these are often high voltage or flammable or contain hazardous materials. So there needs to be some sort of a training that needs to be provided. And that again becomes comes to reskilling aspect, affecting the economy as a whole. A lot of people who are working in the auto industry, auto services industry, they'll need to be retrained. Now, if that can be done, that reduces the cost of collection. Then you have packaging and storage, which are actually not very cheap, as one might think that packaging is just put some carton, but it's not the case. If internationally, for example, the packaging and transportation cost can be higher than the price of the actual battery scrap, especially in places like Europe and other parts of the developed world. In India, we don't pay too much heed, but if we do want to have global standards and work with global players, this is something we'll have to think about. So then there is a scope for innovation around that. First, we need to have clear guidelines. At this point, we don't have very clear guidelines on packaging and transportation of scrap batteries. Once you have the guidelines, there needs to be we need to figure out how to reduce the cost of that. And there is a scope for a lot of innovation over there as well. How do you reduce packaging cost? How do you reduce storage cost? How do you reduce transportation cost? And then at the very end, once you get the battery, how do recyclers reduce their processing cost so that the batteries get more economically viable to be recycled? One of the things that Lohum is working on, and which Rahul also alluded to earlier, is around direct recycling, where you don't separate the metals out. Instead, you just recover the cathode material directly. that requires recyclers to be vertically integrated into the cathode value chain as well. So that's one way to do it. There are other newer technologies coming in for recycling. Bunch of people are talking, but there will be a couple of things. One is economies of scale will come in and they will somewhat reduce the processing cost. And second will be you'll need to have newer technologies that can do that. So there are a bunch of researchers working on different technologies that are mix of hydro and pyro and whatnot. But I think that needs to be done to make recycling truly viable on its own. And recycling, coverage of recycling. Recycling is still viable, but ensuring that every kind of battery is recyclable, to ensure that all of these things have to be done. So that when you do a cost accounting exercise, at every stage, you are now shaving off cost, whether it is collection, transportation, storage, packaging, processing, and then overall, you start to see margins become positive for all kinds of batteries.
Thank you, Pratyush. I think the takeaways I can see clearly emerge, I think from what everybody said, is this need for guidelines. You mentioned it. I think Pranchuji mentioned it. Everybody sort of talked about this. Even Rahulji sort of alluded to the same, about guidelines and then lack of guidelines, in fact, and how this could sort of pave the way for understanding on how to reduce costs, how to make it more economical, and how to have innovation systems in place. I just had a quick query. So in many, I think, countries, as well as I would say even technologies, there is this inventorization that is being done. You would see that in our analysis, we just had hydrometallurgical and pyrometallurgical. Direct recycling, we did not see. But in the future, when we're looking at it from a futuristic perspective, we will have to obviously include that in the sort of technology bundle. That being said, we probably need to do a bilateral conversation on what the costs are, how it can be reduced, because that has to be, from a dynamic perspective, need to be fed in. So our choice right now could say, let's go for some technology, but based on how the technology evolves, its efficiency evolves, how its costs evolve, that could determine our choice in 2030. That could determine our choice in 2047. So it's not sort of comparing apples and oranges if you're looking at it technology from a point in time. Okay, so that is something I take away very clearly and a clear message to me. Moving on to you, sir. So, yeah, Rao sir. Yeah, so let me first ask you about this issue of global standards. So guidelines we have discussed. Now, are there global standards or global case studies that we can look at for help? So are there things that could help India better frame how it has its guidelines in place?
Good question, Amrita. In fact, standards is a subject that we've been discussing continuously with BIS and the Quality Council too. It's not only for the electronics, but also for automobiles, but also for batteries. And existing, there are a few standards in the country, but we need to upgrade ourselves to a large extent. Now, why do we need to do that? Is with the new rules and regulations that have come in, evaluation of metals, materials, processes, and technologies, and the stakeholders is the key. Now, for this, if I were to just take an example, let's say, of a recycler, per se, in e-waste. Now, the standards that's there, it's there from the US, from SERI. The R2V3 standards are there only for focus materials. E-stewards is there in Europe, but India doesn't have its own standard. Now, we need to develop that standard in putting in the processes for the audits, for machinery, for infrastructure, so on and so forth, per se. In the guidelines in 2016, in e-waste rules in 2022, there are some guidelines given, but needs to be enhanced there. In the battery segment, again, we find there are certain standards that's there, but that's not enough, even at the global stage per se. For the manufacturing side, the standards are there, but from the recycling side, the standards are not existing. again, there is an effort being put by the World Economic Forum on the global passport, the battery passport schemes. Now, we in the country need to have our own digital passport platform, I would say. That would actually change things completely, because here we're looking at multiple, it's a very nascent industry, and we can do that. In various discussions there, the conflict that came in the batteries is at a pack level, at a module level, at a cell level. How do you actually track and trace these? Because we also have another part in battery rules for second life, right? Second life becomes a new manufacturer of a new product there. So certifications is one aspect, standards is another aspect. And it's time that we start moving in that direction in understanding the nitty-gritties. The complexities that we have seen wearing the hat of a steering committee member, the producers did not give in the composition of the products for us to work on the new rules. Let it be electronics, let it be batteries. And the numbers that we got in composition, where we saw producers saying 40-50% lithium content available in their batteries. I mean, that's on one side. The other side, the recycling community actually started putting in a lot of effort in understanding the composition, giving the data, and arriving at the rules or the regulations or the guidelines or the software that is currently evolved to that extent now. Bringing in this audit mechanism, which is going to start very soon by CPCB in the e-waste and battery side, incorporating that into the standards that's required for a recycler or for an infrastructure or for plant and machinery, and also for the output that comes in, is the key, which I think is crucial for a country if we are able to evolve that. Let's say even for black mass, Shanghai, there's an index there. In the Shanghai index, black mass is, is being transacted, I would say, onto the platform. We need to think of standards for different products. It could be base metals, could be precious metals, it could be rare earth metals or critical minerals, and also the other critical materials that are there. So we need to see how we can set standards for each of this based on the output, and help the manufacturing industry in the country in a very big way, which can then lead to a lot of incentives for multiple stakeholders in utilization of the secondary raw materials there. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, sir. I think I'll ask one question. So it will not be directed to a person specific, but this is something I would say is a burning issue. Because anywhere that we go to, so any sort of policy discussions that we are part of, even academic discussions, is we've had all of this discussion about, we are talking about things being best in class. We are talking about things that are maybe at the world level or even at the world best level. But what about the people that are essentially left behind? So if we sort of believe that a large part of recycling, one would even claim the dominant part of recycling in the country currently is being done by informal channels, how do you get them to be maybe at par, or even maybe not at par, but for them to catch up? So what are the policies? So I made a note about all the policy directions that esteemed panelists talk about, and this will definitely figure into the report as when it's released. But what about the people that are left behind? So what do we do about the informal actors? So again.
Hey, so I wouldn't say these people will necessarily be left behind. A lot of these people should not be in the business. And I'm not saying this as a sort of a put down, but a lot of the people who are actually doing this are kids. They should not be collecting these batteries. So that is something we need to figure out. What we need to do is we need to formalize this sector. need to ensure that they adhere to some basic levels of compliance with labor laws, safety protocols. So that will necessarily mean that a lot of kids will not be able to work, which is a good thing. They should be in schools. But what needs to be done is, so in terms of policy recommendations, there are a few things. One is ensuring that there is the producers focus on collection themselves, and they can obviously leverage these players, help formalize them, but producers need to take the onus of collection. Right now, what in the EPR sort of a framework, which means that there has to be some sort of a EPR base price, and it has to be such that it should not be so high that producers complain, but it should be in some sort of a sweet spot so that producers have an incentive to reduce the overall cost of collection. So, and for that, they will leverage the existing network and formalize them. At Lohum, for example, we have worked with a lot of informal players, and we go and give monthly trainings to them on how to do fire safety. We have installed fire safety equipments in some of the folks that we work with. So those are some of the things that need to be done at a very large scale. It's just one company doing it with its own suppliers. But how do you ensure that the entire ecosystem becomes that? That will only happen if producers also start to take that seriously. So that is one. The other is, and I think this is a very direct lever that can be used, is on GST. At this point, the GST for battery scrap is around 18%, which discourages a lot of informal sector guys to actually even get formalized, because they'll run into severe working capital issues. And so if that can be reduced to 5%, that will encourage a lot of these informal players who have been avoiding formalization to come into the picture. It will also, I don't think it will significantly affect the total tax collection, because right now the taxes are not getting collected anyway. And it will also ensure that battery scrap is then treated on par with ore concentrates, which are currently being taxed at 5%. Because if we think of these as resources, they should be treated on par. So I think that can be another policy lever that can help formalize this. And then third is, I think, the important role of civil society in essentially, again, developing those protocols, ensuring that you have collection bins, so that, and it might start initially, but change always happens at the margin. So if today only 2% of batteries are being collected in a formalized manner, can that become 10% over time? And even though it seems like 90% are still not getting collected, that's still a huge jump. And once you have a model in place, people over time, basically their behavior, they adjust their behavior. The other thing I think that will also happen is, because EVs will come in, the nature of this waste collection will naturally become more formalized, because EV batteries are bigger and bulkier, so you don't expect them to be lying around. They will most likely be at service centers or at showrooms and places like that. So that will happen. The thing that is there that needs to be done there is to ensure that it does not go the way of, say, what e-waste has happened, what has happened with e-waste. That would be my points.
Is there a technology handholding story also that you want to add to this?
Technology in some senses, especially for EVs, because these are very large batteries. So there is an aspect of skilling and training how to handle these, but there is also an aspect of, for example, discharging the batteries. So you need to have some facilities to discharge the batteries. This can be a public facility, or it can be done by producers or these recyclers themselves, but there has to be some sort of a mechanism to do that. There can be, apart from this, technology more on a, I would say, digital enabled efficiency kind of thing. So building that sort of a reverse logistics, knowing where the batteries are, maybe having and engaging with the end user through the life and ensuring that they get the battery back. So for example, my iPhone starts telling me it's time to replace your battery. Can it also tell me what to do with the battery? Can I just click on a link and Karosambhav guys comes to my doorstep and gets the battery? So those are the kind of things that we can think about.
Excellent. So anybody else who wants to take this question?
I'd just like to add on what Pratyush mentioned. He covered it, everything. I think mainly many times I see the issue of consumer electronic and EV or stationary batteries all get combined into one, and statistics from one gets thrown into other, and that ends up unnecessarily creating confusion. I think as Pranshi mentioned earlier, we need to treat these as two separate, and separate maybe mechanisms, channels, and other thing will be required maybe for the consumer electronic batteries or other e-waste where maybe there is an issue like with iPhone. Unless you're ready to give your iPhone to someone else, you cannot just have someone coming and collecting battery, right? So that's where I think even when I talked about designing for recycling or reuse, that's something which we need to look at and work with manufacturers on that. But I really believe, I think that ultimately it comes to just the economics, as you mentioned in your presentation about the whole model. Because with lead acid batteries, collection was never an issue, right? Lead acid batteries, there is a excellent mechanism where usually the dealer gives you 15 or 20% off on a new battery and everything gets happened. The problem was what you do after that. Are you just dumping the acid into drainage? Are you just handing it to the guy who is going to give you highest value for the scrap? How are you storing it, transporting it? And that's where all the issues happened with the lead acid battery recycling. And that part, I think, needs to be handled both with a mix of enforcements of the rules and regulations, which already are developed. And again, Pratyush Rao sir and others have worked quite hard on making sure that the rules are there in place. But that enforcement is again cannot be left at just central government level, right? There, then state level and all those other things needs to be done. And that's where organizations, many of the social organizations, they also have to come into effect and make sure that we don't unnecessarily create this as a formal, informal issue. But let's try to figure out how to address it properly.
Okay. Anybody else? No?
Shall I?
Oh, yeah.
So there are two. I'm sure there will not be anybody who will be left behind, right? And if I were to talk of the e-waste side, around 500 plus recyclers were there in the earlier rules, and now around 200 plus are there. A lot of dismantlers out there, they're not been included in the rules. They definitely are finding out solutions in upgrading themselves, right? Now, similarly, in the battery side too, the mechanical recycling guys, basically up to the black mass ones, there are a lot of people out there, even from the informal sector, who are the collectors, large aggregators who have been in this business for decades, are wanting to become formal. And recently, CMET, had a technology transfer to 19 people in the battery side. Similarly, in the e-waste, there are technology transfers that are happening to the dismantlers per se. So the capital, again, was another issue there where DST coming in with the Technology Development Board, financing. But there seems to be a lot of interest on the capital side too for investments in that particular one. So I believe the dismantlers or the informal collectors there, or even in the battery side, these people are upgrading themselves and are putting up plants. Now with the basket increasing, the basket size increasing from 21 item codes to 106 item codes, there are a lot of products where you need specialized recycling. And there are players who are looking into that. And these dismantlers who have been left behind, as per your words, if I could take, they're moving into that specialized recycling too. And METI has recently released an RFQ for circular concepts where, the informal actors accelerator program. So this is going to give a fillip to a lot of these informal collectors or recyclers who can join hands there. Now, coming on the other side, as well as the informal collectors and informal recyclers, we are against the recyclers, informal, but the informal collectors needs to be brought into the ecosystem. Now, the first point we have written, we were one of the associations where the early guys who recommended for an increase in tax earlier when it was 5% and 18%, and it got, at 18% for electronics too. But we are again recommending and requesting the government to drop it down to 5%. Why? It is being misused by a lot of players in the country. And this will bring in a lot of help in formalizing the industry to a large extent, and the informal collectors to be a part of the ecosystem. Money is going to be the key. And if we are able to develop that platforms where, with the UPI coming in, if we are able to have the right validation, and for certain smart products, diagnostic tools, trade-in, buyback platforms coming onto the platforms too, is going to actually help the informal sector collectors being a part of it. And at the end of the day, what is it that they look at? Even for plastics, they look at getting their monies instantly or by the end of the day. And if the viability gap that exists, if that can be filled in through incentives to the recycling community or to the producers also who engage with the informal collectors, I think slowly and steadily these people also will come into it. So I think in a 3 to 5 year period, I believe a lot of these informal collectors will become a part of the ecosystem. And the industry is maturing. There's a lot of lessons that's being learned, and a lot of understanding coming into the way how it needs to be done. And amendments are coming in on a continuous basis. So I'm pretty confident that the informal collectors also will start coming into this ecosystem faster. Yeah.
Okay. Anything to add? No? Okay, I think let me move on to the question answer round. Anybody who has a question, please raise your hands. Please state your name and then briefly mention your question. Oh, and please mention who it's directed to as well. Oh, Mayur sir.
My question is to Mr. Rao particularly, because he's also wearing the hat of MRAI. Myself, Mayur Karmarkar. The role of informal sector is very important because that provides the cost competitiveness overall in recycling. Now, particularly the collection part and segregation, I'm looking at it from the metal perspective. When that goes into a formal sector overall, the attractiveness in terms of recycling may be relatively less overall. So as a result of that, what has happened in case of Europe, like they are exporting scrap everywhere. What US has done, they're exporting scrap everywhere because the collection is formal or everything is formal, and then the cost of the economic development by and large is going to increase the cost, which is today insignificant for us. So the country's competitiveness is somewhere dependent on that informal sector. And once it gets formal, what will be the scenario going forward?
Mayurji, good question. In fact, there are no easy answers to it, right? But the efforts that are being put in by all stakeholders, it's visible now. Extending life of a product, we see a lot of producers who have started getting into, not because of right to repair, but because of economic viability and sustainability targets that they have taken in their vision documents, right? So HP Renew program, Lenovo's and all these guys are coming out with extending the life there. That again will discourage, I would say, just throwing away a product when there's life there. B, with regard to collection of volumetric products and non-volumetric products, volumetric products is more in a hyper-local model that works there. And there are focus and non-focus materials, or if I were to say, those materials where it's a positive recycling that can take place, where there's a value in those products. Now, those are the products where we see the informal sector is very keen to grab their hands on. And the reason why the EC penalty, the min-max rates that's being set by CPCB, this is also one factor to say that the recyclers are being, I would say, rewarded for the efforts that they put in by getting the right pricing. Now, because we see the audits are not happening of the recyclers and the standards not being set there, the 200 plus recyclers currently who are there might come down to 60, 80 also for that matter if the right audits takes place in e-waste domain, again in batteries too. So when the pricing is right, when the producers take responsibility of their inventory, when the audits and standards are being set by the government, when the enforcement becomes stronger, you will see that the leakage from the recycling community to the informal sector, or from, because currently it's highly profitable for the formal sector to informal sector transfer of e-waste, I would say. So that's one. And second, if you are able to actually provide that opportunity to the informal collectors in joining the bandwagon, that's what exactly METI has come out with this particular model of encouraging these people to join hands with the formal sector. As an overall effect, I believe the control of the supply chain, right from when it becomes after giving birth to the product and placing it in the market, when it goes to a second life and to the end of life, controlling the supply chain with the right pricing model to the right actors out there or stakeholders will actually start controlling the flow of materials and will land directly to the recycling facility. So these are a few levers that I believe the government is starting to work upon. I think in 2 to 3 years' time, the maturity of this will happen. General platforms will start coming in. Accountability of the refurbishers, recyclers, and refiners would be seen in the portals. And through all these measures, I believe change will happen. I am very confident, wearing multiple hats, and we're able to see that change also going forward. Yeah. Thank you, Maharishi.
So I'll just like to add a couple of points here. Informal आखिर है क्या? And I think जब तक इस पे थोड़ा deep dive नहीं करेंगे, we can play around with words, have great dialogue, but we will never be able to solve the problem. And is informal sector and people working in the informal sector, are they doing it by choice or out of compulsion because there is absence of livelihoods and absence of jobs? And unless we address this very fundamental question, this problem cannot be sorted. So, in many cases, if we are okay, this gives India competitiveness, sorry, then we are building that competitiveness on child labor. We are building that competitiveness on social, exclusion of a whole strata of society, on just, being okay with whatever is. So for me, it's a very fundamentally wrong question to assume that informality is the norm and that's our competitive edge. I don't think any country in the world can be competitive with a society as deeply divided as we are at this point in time from an economics perspective. So I'll just rest with that point because this question is fundamentally wrong for me.
I'll just add one point there. So I think at least as far as battery recycling is concerned, we are already competitive internationally, because when you said that material is exported from US or Europe, it ends up in places like India. And that's because the processing costs here are lower on account of lower wages and lower energy costs in some cases. And then obviously there's a process technology play where a lot of companies have worked on reducing the process cost. So even if and in India, I would say we have one of the highest scrap prices. In Europe or US, recyclers are paid to take material. In India, we have to, as recyclers, have to pay to get material. So at this point, I think we are already Indian recyclers at least have developed enough competitiveness that we can afford to sort of formalize the market and move to better global standards as far as collections are concerned.
Yeah, ma'am. So yours will be I think the last question because we have to wrap up.
So the question is like we are using land to fill our garbage, correct? So with growing population, what impacts we can face in future regarding climate and sustainability like this. Thank you.
So, okay. So I think that is, I think, a very basic question. So first of all, obviously, if you have increasing amount of land that is deployed, so land is a precious commodity in India. So if you are increasingly deploying more and more land, there is obviously that effect. The second is if these are not very well managed in terms of sanitary lining, etc., there could be environmental impacts as well. The third thing that I could talk about is the fact that landfill is not serving any further economic purpose. The fact that it is going there, so there will be obviously garbage pickers, etc., maybe a small scale that are picking. There are some garbage pickers, etc., that are informally picking otherwise, but there is not too much of economic gain that is made as well. So there are, I think, a few caveats. So there need to be alternative treatment technologies that are promoted that divert waste from going to the landfill to other sort of purposes. I'm told that there are a few questions online as well, and I'm sort of conscious of the time. I wonder if those questions could be collected and if you could answer them during, I don't know, the subsequent discussion, or how do we do it? We are already, I think, 10 minutes late. So what do we do? So panelists, your job is still not done. So maybe parallelly, once you're having lunch, somebody from the team would be in touch with you. So I hope people who posted their questions online have also mentioned who it's directed to. So we will be answering your questions, but we will have to unfortunately conclude this session right now. I think before I let you guys off, there is one small formality that needs to be fulfilled. We have a summary of working paper 1 that is in front of you. I would request everybody to please unveil this. I would also want to invite my co-authors to come on stage. This is working paper 1. There is another working paper 2 that will be posted online as well. These are, okay.
Amrita, I just wanted to mention that next week we have actually India Energy Storage Week, where on 2nd July we have a full day dedicated for battery manufacturing supply chain, including plenary session on recycling. So again, if anyone is interested, please look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
I would like to request Dr. Goldar to please present the discussants with a token of our appreciation. We will now be taking a break for lunch, and we will resume with the third session at 2:30 p.m.
अभी जो आप बोल रहे हैं about the future of Jupiter का directly setting करके मैं उससे बात करूँगी।
I would request everybody to kindly take their seats now. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We will now start with the third and final session for the day on the critical role of copper in India's energy transition. I would now like to request the panelists for session 3 to please take their seats on the dais. We have with us today Mr. Mayur Karmakar, Managing Director at International Copper Association India, Dr. Rajesh Chadha, who is Senior Fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress, Mr. Aditya Menon, who is Deputy Head of Public Policy and Government Affairs at Vedanta Limited, Mr. Robin Ravi, who is Assistant Vice President at Invest India, and Ms. Hilary Amster, Chief Operations Officer at the Copper Mark. She will be joining us virtually. We also have Mr. Rishabh Jain. He is the moderator for this session. He's a Senior Program Lead at CEEW. I request Ms. Swasti Rai Zada, the Policy Advisor at IISD, to present the report findings.
I think the presentation stopped on the laptop. Could you just check? Thank you. Thanks, Yamini. And I'm very cognizant that this is the second half session, so hopefully we'll try to make it interesting. It's quite interesting how I think some of the first session and the second session alluded to some of the points that directly link with the topic at hand in the session 3. And it's also quite interesting because there's lots of synergies in the recommendations, I think, that were coming about. The motivation to do a sort of deep dive on copper was precisely is precisely motivated by some of the interventions that came in the first half, that when we talk about critical minerals, there's a lot to unpack since there's so many layers to it. And one of the reasons why, as ISD, we actually took this upon us is to look at, provide as a starting point, talk about a little bit about copper to begin with. So this session is a little bit deeper than what we did in the first session and the second session. But hopefully it'll get pretty interesting because as we know, copper has always been around since we've probably known electrification and even much, much before that. But it's not one of those poster childs of critical and deep-seated or slash strategic minerals as we know it. I think because it's been around, it's also taken for granted in a sense in the policy dialogue. But what's interesting is that copper is at the very heart of energy transition. The reason for that being, if you look at any energy transition pathways for some of the major sectors that are currently contributing to the climate change problem, electrification is one of the major decarbonization pathways for it, be it power, be it transport, be it cooking, hard to abate sectors. It is one of the major decarbonization pathways. And when we talk about decarbonization pathways and energy transition, there comes with every energy transition a requirement for new materials. Copper is not new. So we know it the best amongst all the others that I think we are discussing in the current policy space. Copper is great because it has superior electrical conductivity, it is ductile, it is highly efficient and highly recyclable. So why does India need a copper strategy? And that's basically the question that we wanted to start with when we started our research, whether firstly India needs a specific copper strategy at all. And if it does, then what could be some of the issues at hand that we are dealing with? India, as we all know, is currently undergoing an economic growth sprint. But this growth sprint is predicated very delicately on a steady supply of copper. So what we did was we basically did a few consultations and also looked at some of the data. And what you see on this slide is quite interesting because as copper is popularly known globally as Dr. Copper, which basically means that copper is an interesting metal that provides a sort of like a quick assessment into the headwinds or the tailwinds of the economy. So if you look at India, India's copper demand has grown by 16% in the last fiscal year and is projected to double by 2030 under a higher bound scenario, which basically means that we will be meeting some of our own targets, not just on the clean energy, but also economy-wide targets. And if we get to that, then we will require a doubled supply of copper in a sense. So that is going to become a new sort of like growth that we can anticipate in the copper sector. Secondly, there are some new drivers that are emerging in terms of the growth from EVs, solar, wind, and energy efficiency appliances that require even higher intensity of copper usage in them. And if you look at the charts on the slides, they're pretty interesting because some of these new growth demand drivers have a higher growth rate than the economy in general. So we can expect this becoming a major force in terms of driving demand in the future. India is set to become the second largest copper consuming nation by 2050 as per some forecasts. So that further alludes to the kind of consumption that we'll have of the metal into the long term as well. So how does India really currently meet its copper requirement? So what we did was, this is not our work. This is something that we've built upon in terms of existing work. There's a lot of work that, and we have some very stellar panelists sitting in terms of representing the International Copper Association, who've done some fantastic work in terms of preparing a stock and flow dynamic model for India with Fraunhofer ISI. And that model is one of the first of its kind for India, which basically has done a very extensive and rigorous exercise in terms of where does India source its copper from, how much are we import dependent, and looking at the entire value chain of copper for India to the extent that data allows us to do. And if you look at the stock and flow diagram for India, we've not gone into the specifics over here on the slide, but there's a lot in the report that's launching today. And you can explore that, is that while India is not self-sufficient in meeting its domestic copper requirements, much like other countries, there's some very interesting trends that emerge in terms of the supply side dynamics at play. So what India does is that India does import concentrates and semis, which is on the rise. So if you look at the chart on the right-hand side, our trade deficit bill is increasing for copper. It currently is at around $6.8 billion. And almost half of that is the trade deficit that emerges because of import of ores and concentrates, which basically means that we are not self-sufficient in domestic mining, not even close to self-sufficient. Roughly 5% of our domestic mining contributes to the refined copper requirement in the country. So there's a lot of dependence on our smelters in terms of procuring raw material in the form of ore and concentrates. And that's one of the important trends to just bear in mind, because we'll get into some of the reasons of why this is important in the subsequent sections. The second bit is that while primary supply is not the only supply, we do depend a lot on secondary supply as well. Almost 56% of our requirement comes from recycling or secondary sources. So this is again like an important sort of like a lever that plays into helping meet our copper requirement. So primary supply is roughly 46% and the remaining comes from secondary sources. And having said that, the last point that I wanted to emphasize is that India almost is self-sufficient in the midstream segment. So not fully self-sufficient again, especially in the last 5 years. But the midstream segment does play an important role in ensuring that there is adequate supply of refined copper in the economy. So why we looked at some of the existing supply scenarios for copper is because if you look at the global outlook for copper, there's some very interesting trends even emerging from a geopolitical standpoint, and even from some non-political kind of challenges that are emerging in the global outlook. So copper is one of those metals for which in the near term and the long term scenarios have looked pretty stable in the last decade as the world continued to electrify. But with the rapid pace of electrification that's required across sector, market analysts are now projecting a deficient sort of a outlook, not just in the short term, not just in the long term, but also in the short term because of these new demand drivers that emerge due to higher electrification levels that will be needed. So there's been a little bit of a shift globally from these outlooks, where market analysts are now expecting, even in the short term, that there's going to be a sort of a deficit in the demand-supply balance. There's been a recent increase in copper prices. If folks are clued into, you'll know that in the last 2 years, copper futures are trading at more than $10,000 a mark, which has somewhat slowing down a bit in the last 1 month, but up till May, which is when the report was mainly authored, this has been on an increase. But the conundrum, therefore, is that while prices are on the rise, which is typically how economic cycles or business cycles work, this has not necessarily led into new investments and higher production of copper globally. Few reasons for that is, of course, there's a time lag in terms of mine development. It typically takes around 17 years for a copper mine to from exploration to production. So there's again like a little bit of lag that we can expect. But having said that, there are lots of like political and non-political challenges that have sort of created the supply risk for copper as well. Just to illustrate a few in terms of how this has really affected copper supply in the last 2 years. And we've talked about this in a lot of detail in the report. So, we'll definitely share the link and everything else in the end of the presentation. But in terms of the supply today, primary supply of copper, almost 43% of this comes from 2 countries, Peru and Chile. And both in Peru and Chile, we've seen a lot of disruptions in terms of political movements, local protests, where we are seeing a lot more resource nationalism, and there are and the locals are expecting a lot more revenue sharing models to emerge if that kind of ore and concentrate needs to be exported to other countries. So there's a lot of like social unrest that is also emerging in some of these countries, which again adds pressure on countries like India, which have a high dependence on sourcing from some of these countries as well. And then similarly, there's been some mining concerns in Panama, where we've seen like First Quantum had to shut down a copper mine, which was contributing to 1% of the global output due to certain similar social unrest concerns. There's also a lot of activity in terms of mergers and acquisitions that is emerging from on copper, which were expected to somewhat ramp up production, but this has not necessarily happened. There's a lot of activity that we're seeing in terms of mining companies, especially trying to diversify into copper through acquisitions, but this has not necessarily again led to increased production as well. So having said that, the idea was to just lay out some of the challenges on the primary supply side. We haven't done a lot of work on the secondary supply in this report just as yet, but we acknowledge that that's, again, a major contributor to how India sources its copper and might be worth looking into subsequent studies as well. Linking back some of the global challenges to why and how that impacts India in terms of specifics. So if you look at India's trade partners when it comes to the import of ore and concentrates, we have a high dependence. As I mentioned previously, we have a high dependence on Chile, followed by Indonesia, Australia, Peru, and Panama. Out of which regarding two countries, Indonesia and Panama, we can expect some sort of disruptions to happen in the coming years. The reason for that being Indonesia also recently imposed a ban last year in terms of exporting raw materials. So they are also trying to capture value locally, where we can then expect similar concerns. There's been a partial ban, but then again, with the new government coming in place, we can expect this to soon convert into a total ban. Similarly, as I mentioned already, Panama's major copper mine is already shut down. So then again, that's going to be a bigger challenge. Now, on the right-hand side, what you see is pretty interesting because I think probably most folks in this room are familiar with India's production of cathodes falling down since 2018 closure of the Tuticorin smelter. But what's interesting is that while India has been trying to make efforts to ramp up production, we haven't necessarily been able to capture the value addition that's happening to the extent that's possible with higher production, given that we are seeing these rising prices of copper cathodes in the market. So again, there's a little bit of a sort of like notional loss, you may call it, in terms of not being able to ramp up production commensurate to the market trends. So in terms of how are we thinking about this problem? And it's not that there are lots of interesting things that the government is already doing to, sort of support and also somewhat identify some of these concerns, which will become a major bottleneck in the near future. The government did come out with several measures, as most folks in this room are familiar with. We came out with the amendment to the MMDR Act, which now is allowing for an exploration license to increase the amount of copper production and domestic mining that can happen in India. Having said that, as I mentioned, there's a severe lag in terms of the exploration and the production that can happen. So again, while this is welcome, this will not be addressing the short-term crunch that we may have in terms of sourcing raw materials like ores and concentrates. So that's the second thing that the government has been doing is it's been looking at some of the trade and non-trade barriers that are emerging in terms of the tariff structure for copper and the entire value chain in terms of its products. So there's increasingly been requests by the industry where we are seeing this kind of an inverted duty structure since some of the semis that are imported into India are increasingly coming from ASEAN region where we have an FTA. And there is it's almost become like a near zero duty tariff structure for the direct import of copper semis, which is leading to an increased import of semis directly. And that's creating a little bit of a distortion in the market for the domestic refining / fabricating industry. So the government has come out with certain interventions in terms of imposing anti-subsidies and countervailing duties to correct that. But some of these are also expected to lapse starting from 2025. So again, like this needs a revisit in a sense. Lastly, to enhance the product quality, the government also recently came out with quality control orders for copper products, which is expected to increase and provide a little bit of boost to the existing exports, although we are still trade deficit, but to sort of provide a little bit of standardization over there. While these are very important measures, we wanted to emphasize that there's still outstanding work that needs to be done for the copper industry, and we'll highlight a few over here. But again, I'm sure the stellar panel will get into some of these existing challenges and outstanding challenges at more length. So the first major challenge that we've noticed in our work is if you look at all the trade partners across the value chain of India for ore and concentrates, we still are heavily dependent on a few countries. While this is much more diversified than other critical minerals, it is still worthy of attention. And some of the supply chain disruptions that I spoke about in the earlier slides will sort of impact India in the near term. The second, again, something that was talked about in the first session quite a bit, that for the midstream segment in India, this is still a very high, this is a sector which requires high capex. And therefore, like, it becomes very difficult for a country like India to attract new investments and compete with countries like China, which are leading in terms of copper refining as well. So again, there's a little bit of a challenge there in terms of attracting new investments. Third, and not to de-emphasize this, we do have a history of environmental challenges with the smelting industry in copper. And therefore, it becomes even more important that India sort of like rises to the opportunity and ensures that the highest forms of ESG standards are maintained, so that the kind of products that we then produce are world-class and also ready for the international market. The fourth, that I think it was pretty interesting that it actually already came out as a point in the second session where, we talked about some of the GST scrap issues where, scrap, even just like all other metals, GST on the copper scrap is at 18%. But copper scrap does provide a very important supply sort of feedback loop into meeting the country's requirement. So therefore, the GST on ores at 2.5% versus the GST on scrap at 18% is a little distortionary in a sense. So, we'll get into the details of that in the panel discussion again. We do have a few recommendations around that as well in the report. But that's also another thing to, somewhat take cognizance of. And this is particularly important for a sector like copper, because I think Mr. A.L.N. Rao in the previous session was alluding to it. There have been a lot of like instances of non-compliance and frauds that are now picking up in India around copper scrap especially. So this does require a lot of attention of the government. Finally, inverted duty structure, as I already mentioned, some of these are some of the corrections that the government attempted are starting to lapse starting from next year. So we wanted to also bring attention to that soon we'll need a deeper assessment of some of these. Finally, I'll quickly close because I think I've already somewhat spoken and alluded to the recommendations of the study. But the first one was, of course, to look at some of these, some other partners that are now getting into copper mining with a very strategic approach towards it. An interesting trade partner that we discovered could be Australia for India, because it does feature as one of the countries that has the highest ESG standards, and also is in a somewhat of a similar fix. So, like that Australia could become like a potential. But then, of course, there are countries in Africa with which we have very good strategic partnerships, and we are already exploring that through Kabul. So countries like Congo and Zambia can also be in that basket of diversification of sorts for India. The second, we will need to sort of like reevaluate some of the trade reforms that we will need in terms of tariff and non-tariff barriers that I spoke about and alluded to. Again, not to almost hijack the topic of discussion in the panel, but I think there's a lot to unpack there as well. The third and important one would be that, this did come out in our consultations that we could maybe think about like a PLI for the midstream segment in copper, given that it adds so much value and also is a critical piece in the overall economy to meet our copper requirements. But then there is a question, what could be the nature of that PLI and whether there could be a way to sort of like link it to circularity goals that the government is also trying to achieve in terms of creating that the feedback loop for copper scrap. And lastly, as I already mentioned, the GST structure, which I don't want to go into a lot more details because I'm sure the panel will. So those are some of the recommendations coming out of the study. The study is live and up for reading. So in case you're interested in knowing more about, some of these aspects, we've gone into some of these aspects in a lot more detail. I didn't touch upon the entire like separate pieces across the value chain, but we have looked at, we've done a deep dive on mining, processing, and also recycling a little bit. So, if you're interested in some of those deeper aspects, please feel free to read the report and contact the authors. With that, I think I'll pass it on to Rishabh for the panel discussion.
Thank you, Swasti, and thank you everyone for staying with us after the lunch. What I'll do is we have two panelists who are joining us online. If we can see them also. Yes, thank you. So of course we have a couple of panelists here and then some joining online. What I'll go is I have some questions for each of you, depending on the area of work and the intervention. But of course, you may feel free to add other points that you may feel relevant. In the order, I would want to first start with Mayur, then to you, Aditya, then to you, Professor Chadda, Romil, and then Hilary to talk about the ESG matters. Mayur, I'll first start with you, and Swasti, of course, alluded to the study that you had undertaken, I'm sure, on the copper supply chain. So what are the mega trends that you're seeing specifically, maybe for India, on the supply and demand side? And is there something that is one concerning, or is it something that we should be very happy based on the opportunity? So based on the study itself, what are the key learnings that you can potentially share with us and something that we should keep in mind? Thank you.
Thanks, Rishabh. Let's start with demand and then go to supply. Copper is now in a critical mineral list and therefore is being talked a lot, but this discussion should have started at least 15 years ago, because copper is considered as a GDP multiplier rather than only facilitating the clean energy transition, particularly in Indian context. We still have to build so many houses. We still have to build so many kilometers of all infrastructure like railways and roads, etc. So what we have seen is that the overall copper demand, or to that matter, any base metal demand, is based on a typical S curve of the wealth creation. And we are at the first flex point of that wealth creation. I remember when I started ICA, it's long year for me, around 23 years now here in ICA. When I started my career, I see that similar trend in China back then. China back then, overall copper demand was around 2 billion ton. Now they are more than 16 million ton overall. So I was seeing that the mostly copper getting into a large infrastructure project, and really you can map the the first flex point. Earlier, our overall demand was somewhat linked to GDP, where GDP has a larger contribution largely from the service sector. But now we see the trend of the stronger relation of copper demand with gross capital formation and also government and private spending totally. So what it means is that the private construction getting in, every construction require 30 grams of copper per square feet. Or example, railways require, around 5 ton per kilometer minimum. Then you say, even the cars, like IC engine cars, today we are talking of EV and EV battery, but have a basic car, which is like around 18 kilos of copper. EVs will require around 60 plus or 67 in India, Nexon model, higher end. So the copper is essential largely with infrastructure and as well as, the consumer product. For example, back then the aircon was considered as a luxury, but today it's become the necessity. Even if you go, small towns in Bihar with availability of the electricity 24/7, the consumers' aspiration and the demand for different products has increased substantially. So copper remains largely a GDP multiplier. Now, within that, the clean energy transition is really a early trend in terms of overall changing the demand, but we anticipate that will take a larger share over a period of time. So on the demand side, what we have seen last financial year, we were 1.5 million ton, which Swasti already has presented, and we anticipate this year going somewhere around 15% growth of copper demand. Now, that poses opportunity for the investment in the country. If you really look at the supply side, as Swasti mentioned, we are not having enough copper mines to meet the total demand. We have to depend on import. But starting from the processing of copper, we had uniquely, early investment done for smelting, refining, and the processing of copper. But unfortunately, the same capacity is not there, and Aditya is there from Vedanta. He is going to tell a little more about it. But we lost the opportunity of, the processing capability in India. So supply part, you have seen the imports going up. That's not a good situation going forward. So I'm sure with the recommendations, what Swasti has mentioned, there will be, the local investments, more and more investment coming in. We see the opportunity with the growing trend of at least the investment of 500,000 tons per every 5 years of smelting refining capacity. Now, remember that, on an average, 1 million ton of copper smelting refining, it's a very high capital intensive investment. I mean, 1 million ton require at least 12,000 crores worth of investment. And if you really see, the entire business is largely high capex, high opex metal business. And therefore, these all the issues what was listed there in terms of how we are going to source the concentrate, that is very important. So there are certain recommendations on concentrate sourcing and then value add in a country. So I consider it's more of opportunity going forward for the supply side than the challenges.
Thank you, Mayur. Aditya, I'll come to you next. And if you can also build on some of the things that Mayur mentioned. And briefly, Swasti had talked about the, if not volatile price, at least the very high prices of copper in the recent times. How does that impact the business of some of the industry? Do you think that it is immaterial, maybe because you also end up passing the cost, or does it really impact the sector and itself? But beyond that, there are some infrastructure challenges also, both in terms of smelting and processing. If you can also talk about those, and how does industry see this? There are not many, but how, given that you are one of the largest, how do you see this? Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh. At the outset, I think I'd like to congratulate Swati and the team at IISD for coming out with what looks to be a very constructive paper. A lot of recommendations capturing some of the legacy challenges our sector has faced in expanding its footprint in India have largely been covered. Now, I'll address the question on the impact on pricing on the business. For a midstream processor, a major revenue element is basically an element known as TCRCs from mining companies. Now, what happens when you have a sudden rise in pricing is that when you're procuring raw material, because your model is based on conversion of raw material to a finished product, those returns decline sharply because the strength of mining companies becomes even stronger and they bargain for a much lower TCRC. So any procurement of raw material that is done on a spot basis, those margins decline. So the viability of the business becomes tighter in those quarters where you have a very sharp fluctuation in price, right? From a customer point of view, I think they generally tend to benefit because that gets factored into the price of the product. So the price of products that copper goes into is largely elastic. So the mark prices of the products in electrical and thermal applications can change very fast. So the downstream segments generally don't lose much, but the midstream segments tend to take a hit due to the lowering of TCRC margins. One issue I think that I would like to take up based on what Mayurji has mentioned is the issue of lack of copper mines. I think that is a problem that we have also recognized. We had actually acquired an asset in Zambia in 2000 and somewhere in the late 2000s. And thereafter that asset was forcibly taken away and now we've gotten it back. So what we've tried to do is we have given a series of recommendations to the government because they're signing a lot of MOUs with copper producing countries in Africa to de-risk overseas asset acquisition. I think once those measures are enacted, then you will see far more outward FDI going in from Indian copper producers for offshore asset acquisition. So that is likely to be the model, at least in the short term, where you will have an overseas offshore mine asset and the smelting and refining, or what she calls midstream processing, will happen in India. In midstream processing, the challenges are largely related to tariffs. Now, I think, and a lot of these tariffs are due to free trade agreements which was signed roughly between 2008 to 2012. If we go back 10 years, I think our import dependence on copper was quite minimal. The Chinese were importing roughly 62% thereabouts of their refined copper requirement, and in Korea, it was about 15%. Now, you fast forward 14 years, our import dependence has gone up substantially, while the Chinese have reduced it by almost 100% to about 28 to 32, and the Koreans don't import copper anymore. A principal reason for that development to take place is because in these free trade agreements, you've had a situation where you've allowed imports of refined copper to come while the raw material is taxed higher. So in effect, it's much more viable for someone to import a finished product rather than making it in India. And so that is why you've seen a lot of these imports rise. So the unfortunate suspension of Tuticorin is not the sole contributor to the rise in imports. It's also because of trade policy enabling finished good import. But what we've noticed, at least over the past 5 years, ever since the government became more keen on promoting critical mineral processing in India, and that is something that has been featured in their report also, is that they're keen to overcome these legacy tariff issues. So one recommendation that we have given is that you have a federated tariff structure where you have a marginal duty differential as you go down the value chain, which is the process that you followed in China and in Japan, which are the first and the second most largest copper producers in the world. Follow a similar model. And what we have also recommended is that for the downstream segments where imports are high and which have a very high multiplier impact, two simple products I can think of are copper tubes, which are traditionally imported. And that's why AC manufacturing never really took off in India. Now, I mean, some of our counterparts have come up with tube plants, and that will localize the AC value chain. Similarly, for EVs, I think one area where government intervention will be needed is technology. For the production of the component that is foil, and even for copper smelting today, India is a technology user. We don't have homegrown technology. So one area which I think a future report could look at is whether under multilateral forums like the IPEF, because some of those countries do have smelting technologies, we can have a technology cooperation agreement so that that risk is also addressed. So in the short run, I think a federated tariff structure will solve the legacy issue. But in the long run, to ensure that these assets continue to operate in a stable manner, some kind of indigenous technology development in midstream and downstream applications will be critical. And that is where I think the government will have an important role.
Thank you, Aditya. I'll come to you, Professor Chadda, next. Some of the things, again, that Aditya had mentioned is in terms of the domestic mining, briefly. And given that CSEP has, of course, been doing a lot of work on both on the mining and exploration, what are the, in addition to, of course, what the government has already done in the recent times, both in terms of EL and other auctions, what are the additional steps that the government should take if we have to say specifically focus on copper? Of course, there are certain mining regulations that may need to change, but is there something that you think should specifically happen for copper? And if yes, how do we see that, say the government can have certain regulations, not regulations, but certain incentives for a mineral like copper, maybe some other mineral, but how can this happen within the current regulatory structure, if you think that is needed?
Thank you, Rishabh, and thank you for inviting me to this important conference. And I had gone through the paper earlier also, and this is a very rich paper on copper sector of India. I have brought some facts, so I might refer to my points, but it is important to clear that what Mayur said should have happened 15 years ago or 10 years ago. I think much of it should have happened to all other critical minerals along with copper. Copper in particular, because copper is a critical mineral in the sense of cross-cutting nature. You know, it goes to wind, it goes to solar, it goes to grid, it goes to many other requirements that we use copper for. So copper becomes very important. So it is a critical mineral and is a cross-cutting critical mineral. My second observation is that when the findings are presented and it is said that the government has taken steps, I would like to put some facts in front of you for more thinking and also maybe putting it into the report. Let me go back quickly to, since I have just 4 minutes, let me go back quickly to the economic liberalization 1993, 1991 onwards. 1993, the National Mineral Policy was introduced, and we had international explorers like De Beers, Rio Tinto, Anglo-American Group, and others coming to India. Take it to 2011, when the 12th five-year plan introduced appreciated the first come, first served system that was encouraging private investment. However, we moved back after the 2012 Supreme Court judgment, and 2015, we started with the auction regime. In the auction regime, we also were promised that there would be something called non-exclusive reconnaissance permits given, NERPs. And those NERPs never worked, and they were taken up, the scheme was taken back in 2021. So it obviously, that is the first failure. Second, note that the presenter has, you have already presented that NMET will, and I hear it on multiple platforms, that NMET is going to solve the problem. NMET is National Mineral Exploration Trust. 2% of the royalty given to charge to that. So since this is a bit of data, so please think that if this can be reported or included in the report. National Mineral Exploration Trust was, no, you see, exploration is not done by forcing someone. It is geologists who explore, junior explorers world over explore. So what is special about India? NMET, National Mineral Exploration Trust, collected around 2,000 crores worth of total revenue, which was then distributed to explorers. And we are told that private explorers will be incentivized. Please note that less than 1%, I'm quoting higher figure, is going to the registered private, 3 probably or 4 registered private explorers. 99% is being used by MECL and government agencies for exploration, whereas I think, and we think in our papers, that it is the private explorers who should be incentivized. So 2,440 crore worth of NMET, less than 1% has gone to private agencies. Copper exploration, since Rishabh, you asked me this question, out of 2,440 crores of NMET, only 105%, close to 4%, has gone to copper, 4.3% has gone to copper exploration, with most of it going again to the public sector agencies rather than the private sector agencies. And 99% of that, that is 31 or 32 MECL companies, and so it is in a way salaries of the or maybe it's going to the exploration by the public sector companies, not the private sector companies. Finally, 2 more points, that the Ministry of Mines in a recent scheme on directly sanctioning exploration projects to notified private exploration NPEAs for critical and deep-seated minerals, and have also introduced exploration license very recently. Those of you who would like to know more about exploration ELs, it is a reverse bidding scheme. That is, I bid for something, you bid for something, he bids for something. Who of the how much of the total percentage will be charged by the lowest will get it, but he will get it or she will get it only when the mine becomes operative. So it may not be very lucrative scheme. Finally, my last point, the recent mining auctions. If you see, we wrote a report on assessing the criticality of minerals, followed by the government report on 30 critical minerals last year. Yes, we had written in 2 volumes. Please note that the first tranche, only 6 out of 20 blocks succeeded. So 30% success rate. in the second tranche, the failure rate is even higher, 75%. Only 4 out of 18 blocks got successfully auctioned. We are not sure about the third tranche, but none of the 2 copper blocks that were put on auction, one had no bidder, the second had less than 3 technically qualified bidders, and both the copper mines did not pass the test. So imagine that, if I remember my number correctly, I'm a bit weak in numbers due to my age, but I think it is 1.6 billion tons of resource floating around, and less than 10% of that resource means, total potential, less than 10% of that has actually been converted into reserves. And reserves means economically mineable, and even that is not being. So then we are thinking of Kabil going out, finding places elsewhere. So why not have an exploration regime well functioning in India? Last suggestion, that what we have suggested in one of our papers, that probably within the existing Supreme Court judgment system, the composite licenses could have done the job. That when you used mineral license, mining licenses, or composite licenses could have done the job if we had expanded. And I don't know if how much of the clearances are required for that. If we had expanded the scope of CLs to below G4, means greenfield areas given for CLs in the auctions, so the best of the best would come in and start exploring and giving more copper to India, and rest follows.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chadda. Very important remarks. Romil, I think it can be difficult to follow up on that because I'll ask you to maybe answer some of these. I mean, the question is that what Professor Chadda has raised, I'm sure there are many others, specifically the investors, who would also be raising some of these questions, specifically the international investors who you, I'm sure, are interacting on a regular basis. One, how do we incentivize? Of course, there are only limited number of companies that are doing private sector exploration in the country. But if we have to bring in some of the capabilities that may exist internationally, how do we bring some of that expertise to India? Has Invest India, maybe have you had the chance to speak to some of these, and what are the concerns that they may have raised, which then also yields to what are the policy changes that we may need to do further to solve for some of these, specifically on the exploration? Thank you.
Thanks, Rishabh. Fairly difficult, I would say, in the context, and especially, how Professor Chadda did mention, and these are facts, as all metallurgists and understanding the value chain, we all have to accept that these are challenges which are there in the country, and we are trying to address that with all good intentions. The government is also making the efforts in terms of getting the exploration license. And very recently we had a scheme where the minister himself said that 50% of the exploration expenses would be reimbursed to the private license holders. I think that is, and of course, to a capping of 20 crores. So Professor Chadda can still disagree that what will be the impact of that. But these are steps which would lead to certain junior mining companies still looking at it. We have through groups looked at junior mining companies, and the initial apprehensions. Of course, they are still in a very preliminary stage of looking at India, because they are very limited to their geographies. Where when it comes to junior mining companies, they're largely based out of Canada or Australia or the UK. But when we present opportunities of exploration to junior miners in India, they largely look at, okay, this is the, what has been the level of study, what is the level of data available, and very recently how we've kind of also promoted the National Geoscience Data Repository. They're looking at it. I mean, we have not had in the recent past very significant achievement in terms of getting the junior mining companies to look at India as an opportunity. But we are keeping in touch with them. There are certain concerns around the regulatory regime, and more, I would say, in terms of their interventions and experiences that they mentioned on especially in Canada, the kind of system that they have of flow-through share scheme, which allows public companies to transfer certain exploration expenses to investors. Those are some of the things that they look at because junior mining, as everyone would appreciate, is a high-risk business, very similar to a startup. Maybe a couple of them succeed in 100 such junior mining companies. So what they want to maybe India to have is a more system where at least we are able to cushion their risk, cushion their I mean they're ready to take the risk, but if they are able to get some input credits on the tax and pass it on to the investors so that they are able to raise money for their exploration expenditures initially, that will ease out a lot of their concerns initially. But of course, it's a long way to go when you talk about looking at junior mining companies. What we are seeing more interest, and as Invest India, what we are looking at is a lot of interest in the midstream copper sector and critical minerals. That is something, and especially in the processing, where they are looking to explore India as an opportunity. And what key demands that they have is having a local partner. As how the systems have grown in the country, and perhaps certain apprehensions about how things haven't unfolded very favorably for the smelting processes, more for copper. They want a local partner more in terms of navigating through the regulatory systems. But also what they're looking at is certain uh, incentives. This is something that they have spoken about, and this is not something. I mean, Swati did also mention about something like a PLI for copper smelter. Largely may not be a production linked incentive on a large scale because smelter facility would be something around 500 kilotons of annual production is what in configurations, or going up to a higher of 1 million tons of smelting capacity. So may not be many players getting into that particular midstream, but even if you're catering to a couple or three of those players, we'd be able to at least meet the demands at until 2033, which would be around 2.5 million tons of refined copper. So there is interest. There is a lot of interest on partnering with Indian players who can at least navigate through in the ecosystems for them. But perhaps we need more forward suggestions to go forward and get the copper value chain being developed in India, more specifically from the exploration to refining process. Thanks, Rishabh.
Thank you, Romil. Hilary, thank you for joining us. I understand it's very early for you, so hopefully we'll finish on time. Hilary, we'll just shift gears, and of course, the kind of work that you're doing at the Copper Mark. If you could explain also on what exactly are some of the ESG standards that may be designed for the copper supply chain. And if you could also, even before you go to the ESG supply chain, could you also give us a brief on why specific standards for the copper supply chain compared to any mineral supply chain? So that would also be very helpful. And as India plans to scale up, strengthen, develop further the supply chain that exists, what are the key things that we should be aware of, or we should already take into account so that at least the sector has already adjusted to some of these standards that may become fairly global going forward? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very happy to be here. So my name is Hilary Amster, and I am with the Copper Mark. We are an assurance framework to promote responsible practices across the copper, molybdenum, nickel, and zinc value chains. But we did, as you rightly point out, start with just copper. And in our inception, it was from the International Copper Association to say, we really want something that's able to have a external validation to demonstrate our responsible practices and our contributions to positive economies globally within the copper industry. That said, we do have a standard that is really agnostic in terms of the minerals and metals, because when we think about things like environmental, social, and governance issues, they are global. They're global issues, and they expand throughout the supply chain, throughout metals, and throughout the world. So what we do is we work with companies and organizations throughout these metal value chains in particular to enable them to better understand and meet the increasing demands for independently verified responsible practices, and to contribute positively to sustainable development. So that mission is still very much there. So we are a voluntary initiative. Our main assurance standard is the Risk Readiness Assessment Criteria Guide, and we just launched the third version in October of last year. It has 33 criteria, and they cover the main environmental, social, and governance risk issues for the mineral and metal value chains where we focus. At the moment, we actually cover more than 30% of the world's copper mine output, which is produced by sites that have the copper mark. So a lot of those come, as has been mentioned, from Chile, from Peru, but also from other parts of the world, the Democratic Republic of Congo, parts of the United States, etc. And it's very important just to mention here that our standard looks at management systems. So it's looking at how companies are able to identify, assess, and manage adverse impacts or risks of adverse impacts to people and the environment within their practices, their supply chains, and also within the recycling. And I know that there's been already quite a bit of discussion on recycling here today. And so with that in mind, why did this start? Why is this all important? Why is this something that you all in India should be aware of? Well, in recent years, and especially following the pandemic and some other events, there's an increasing push from regulators, consumers, and industry more broadly on their supply chains. They really want to have responsible value chains as their main suppliers, or in the case of investors, as the companies in which they are investing, or even lending, if you're thinking about corporate or project lending as well. In the case of minerals and metals, copper is usually considered a really important raw material. As we've discussed, it's a critical material. And in this sense, we're observing that there is just a consensus that's really emerging towards standards or voluntary initiatives that are credible, that are governed by a group of stakeholders with diverse backgrounds and representation, that have an independent third-party audit and aligned with these various regulations, such as the OECD, the London Metal Exchange, regulation that's coming out in the European Union related to supply chain due diligence, et cetera. And that will be seen as something that can be accepted, really to reduce the burden, to have that standard understanding across the globe of what we're trying to achieve. And so I think the last thing that I did want to say here is there are a plethora of standards. There are a lot of voluntary initiatives, and many of them were coming from a group of stakeholders looking to close a gap. In a lot of cases, they have focused on a specific metal. You have one for steel, it's called Responsible Steel. You have the Aluminum Stewardship Initiative for aluminium, and you have the World Gold Council, for example. Others were done really by geography, such as Towards Sustainable Mining, which grew out of the Mining Association of Canada and has now been adopted in multiple jurisdictions by the mining associations. Or you have some that operate globally across the metals. The standard by the IFC, the International Finance Committee, the part of the World Bank, or the private arm of the World Bank, IRMA, and the ICMM, the International Council of Mining and Metals. Because they're all voluntary, there are some aspects that have been embraced more by others, by regulators and other stakeholders. And so what we're trying to do, and what's really important when you are working within India, is to really identify what those key elements are that will make this credible and accepted by both your government and your key stakeholders, key clients, and the international community as well.
Thank you, Hilary. I'll thank everyone for the first round of questions. What we'll do is maybe we'll do another one round of questions, but I'll request everyone to limit the intervention to maybe 3 minutes, and then so that we can take on some questions both virtually and those here. I'll come back to you, Mayur, again. There's of course some Aditya had alluded to some of the tariff barriers that not tariff barriers, but inverted duty structure that Swasti also mentioned, but also some of the unintended consequences of the free trade agreements that was signed, of course, before. But from your perspective, specifically given that you represent also an international organization, how do you see some of these discussions happening where sometimes we have to say either nullify some of these free trade agreements to support maybe a domestic industry? Secondly, if and when they are required, so maybe for new countries that we aim to sign any free trade agreement or multilateral agreements, what are things that one should already keep in mind now so that some of these things don't happen maybe 5 years, 7 years down the line? And finally, beyond the free trade agreement, what are the geopolitical shifts that you're seeing, at least on the copper supply chain? Are countries already warming up to this idea that there will be a supply shortage or whatever, if not shortage, leading to volatility of prices? And how are countries strategizing to ensure that their industry is also protected? Thank you.
Thanks, Rishabh. I will come to the last question first. Just like India, where government is trying to intervene and ensure the security, resource security overall through bilateral, multilateral discussion, I think every country is going for it. And there is some sort of the competition in terms of who goes the first there. So as far as India is concerned, we are still, less than 3% of refined copper market, which is very small. Now, in this competition, I think both Indian private sector as well as the government have started moving faster in order to ensure that the resources are available, particularly with the localization coming up. I won't say geopolitical so much, but it's more of localization. And word localization will also help to bring in the issue of inverted duty structure or rationalization of the duty coming in. So this, so we are in for that already. And I'm sure, we will have some early successes going forward in terms of, particularly on refining, smelting refining. Adani's production will start in this year. Going forward, we will have increased capacity of smelting refining, and there will be, there are many dialogues happening bilateral, and there will be some successes in terms of securing resources in other part of the world as far as mining is concerned. But one thing is sure that, we have enough copper resources for our need, but not for greed, that we have to be clear. And then what is greed? One has to understand in a geopolitical scenario. But definitely there's enough copper resources for the need. Plus you have the copper being the highly recyclable, the end of life copper is coming back into the system. So supply part is not so much worrying. But in terms of the first question, what was the first question, sorry? On the free trade agreement. I think the free trade agreement, if you see the history, and actually Aditya mentioned it earlier, it was some sort of the, it's a negotiation. And, the party who is negotiating from Government of India has to be educated properly. And I think early phase, there was no enough education in this round of negotiation. And I'm sure with the efforts from everybody now, there is a larger understanding within government. Then, these all things can be avoided in future.
Thank you, Mayur. I'll come to you next, Aditya. Two things. One, on the trade itself, of course, you've mentioned about the free trade agreements, etc. But is there any need for not rationalization, but streamlining of the HS codes across the value chain? You can quickly mention that, if yes and no. Secondly, I would want to, and you have briefly mentioned in the previous intervention on government de-risking foreign investments. Could you explain exactly how do you envision that, and what is the role that the government can play in ensuring smooth investments by private sector parties like you globally, and what is the role that they can play? Thank you.
So I think I'll come to the second part of the question first. So to give you a simple example, today, if either me or my counterparts in Hindalco or Adani have to pick up a mine outside, it is an upfront capex of roughly about $10 billion. Now, the countries where mines are available for equity offtake largely would be Zambia, Democratic Republic of Congo, or even possibly in Chile. But today, I think with these regions, you do not have, an instrument known as bilateral investment treaties. So if you have that, you're guaranteed national treatment provisions so that you would be treated at par with a local producer in the case of a dispute. This was not the case for our asset in Zambia, because of which we face certain challenges. That is one method. Another issue is that, you would not put all your eggs in one basket. So the model that you're likely to see is where an Indian entity acquires a mining asset outside and the rest of the processing happens in India. So to ensure that in the future, a foreign government doesn't mandate that you do localization there, effectively torpedoing your investments here. I think one more lesson that we could learn is something similar to what the Americans and Japanese have done in 2023, where they've signed a critical minerals agreement where any form of export restriction on raw material mobility is, both parties have taken away the right for them to do that. So fundamentally, for a lot of investments, not just in copper, but for other critical minerals like nickel as well, that is likely to be the model. So this could be a second route. And the third route would be, at least on a G2G basis, if disputes could be taken to an arbitral panel where decision making is much faster. Otherwise, it usually takes, in our experience, about 5 to 7 years for even a minor issue to come to fruition. But in an arbitral panel, preferably with the jurisdiction being Singapore or any other arbitral region, it takes about 300 days. So one is ensuring that stability of raw material flows, the second being national treatment, and the third being speedy decision making. I think these are three interventions which will aid offshore investment. And as far as rationalization of HSN codes is concerned, I think that is something we are working on also, especially when it comes to secondary raw material. I think, Mayurji, we were discussing that today the categorization of secondary raw material is very heterogeneous.
Yeah.
Large, lot of products are categorized under one HSN code under copper scrap. So in certain areas, depending on the use, that segmentation can happen so that it promotes usage of secondary raw material also. But otherwise, I think as far as other HSN codes is concerned, maybe for copper foils, if a certain niche application is developed, you might need a segmentation. But otherwise, I think from a trade point of view, there isn't any problem, barring that one particular issue.
Thank you. The reason I was asking this was also sometimes having HS codes, separate HS codes, yields two other results. One is in terms of better application of duty structures. So whatever you need only for one and not maybe a basket. And secondly, just better trade data itself.
So actually in chapter 74, which is, copper and its articles, the duty structure on the most favored nation basis is very standardized. So it's progressive. As you go down, it goes up. So at the MFN level, the challenge wasn't there. I think the challenge was due to the trade agreements where that completely changed. But I think at that level, that issue has already been addressed at the MFN level itself.
Interesting. Thank you. So I'll come to you next, Professor Chadda. And multiple times it has been alluded that our import dependence for copper is increasing, right? And despite, we would have wanted to mine maybe more copper in India and of course, mine more copper in foreign locations. Both of these have seen certain roadblocks and challenges in the path. Given this, and given that there will be so much more demand of copper domestically across the value chain, not just the ore, but across the part, what do you think will be the broader impact on the economy and how can some of these challenges be tackled?
Thank you. I think this is something to do with the trade policy that is being discussed, and that's my cue. So since I have 3 minutes, I'll talk once upon a time. Once upon a time, there used to be trade discipline. Once upon a time, we thought that WTO is going to resolve the problems of the world. But just because US entered into it threw a stone by signing Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, CUFTA, and later entered with Mexico called NAFTA, every other country thought that we can also shoot in our own foot. And we, like many other countries, we also did. And then we are now thinking that why did we do that? Why FTAs were done? So this is a very complex problem, which is not, I'm wearing my trade hat, by the way. So it's a very difficult problem that we signed FTAs on our own will, and now we are thinking that why did we sign? Leaving that apart, if there is some sane judgment coming from a collective action, I am also not very clear why would the government not understand. I'm sure if it is taken to the government in the right spirit, they would understand that there are problems. But there is a big but here. What is the last 5 to 7 years we are seeing going back to higher trade tariffs, custom duties are increasing, and believe me, while there are PLIs, there are trade duties being increased, any intervention in the trade policy is regressive for the long-term growth of the economy. So I think I'll make a very limited point that we signed FTAs because we did it. Now that we are repenting, we should see that, and one of the answers is that it should be a uniform one rate that applies right from. So I am not entertained by hearing that which are the lower inputs, they should be taxed less, higher inputs, higher value chains should be taxed more or less. No, I'm not clear. So what I'm saying is that if there is enough sane voice, then it should be taken to the government, and I'm sure they would listen to what the problems are. I stop here.
Thank you, Professor Chadda. Romila, I'll come to you next. Of course, what Aditya mentioned was Indian companies going outside. But I'll come to you that what are the kind of policy incentives that we can have for any investment, specifically maybe in the mining and the processing value chain of critical minerals, maybe specifically copper, which can incentivize companies. And maybe you can talk about and draw parallels from other countries that have done it successfully. And do you think some of those can be translated to India? Thank you.
Thanks, Rishabh. I'll talk first about what can be done, and I'll also take you from what we have experienced through our engagements with some of the countries and how they built in the value chain in their own or trying to build in the ecosystems in their own country, especially in terms of critical minerals. In terms of the interventions, largely what the companies would need is a lot of regulatory support. Any negative news which goes out, from India creates a larger adverse impact than any positive news. So even if we have a few positive investments coming out of one country, if there is one negative news, it completely spoils the game. So that is one thing that we need to be really wary of. And of course, we all understand there are certain matters under the under sub judice. So I mean, nobody is commenting on that, but those are some of the things that, in retrospect, cannot be put in. I think that is a biggest fear that foreign investors in India have in terms of any retrospective implementation of something. I think that if can be addressed, would lead to a lot of investments already into the country, and more specifically in the copper. In terms of the other thing, it's already addressed, which is the demand side of copper. There is, I mean, the investors are kindly, broadly convinced on what the market segments are in India in terms of the end use segments and how these are growing. So they're not really concerned about the markets. I mean, the offtakes and other things are kind of assured for them. So that kind of irons out a lot of apprehensions which usually our foreign investors have in terms of when they're building a business case for India, and more specifically for copper. When they're looking at it, they're kind of largely convinced that the offtakes would be pretty high, and given how the prices for copper are appreciating, it will yield them a lot of value. What other countries, and I'll take a cue from what Saudi Arabia has done, especially how it is building up the regulatory regime. I came to understand. I was there in a meeting with Ministry of Mines and a few officials from the Indian companies, and they shared their own experiences where they said that it took only 26 days for them to get a mining right from showing an intent for mining exploration to getting the license for that. I think that is something perhaps which is where we can definitely work upon, which would yield a lot of business to take decisions favorably in for India. I think that will also help in what also Saudi Arabia is doing is building the value chain where they, if they understand that there are certain mineral reserves which they do not have, they are setting up refining facilities, something similar what they're doing in their industrial Al Jubail area, where they're setting up a lithium refining, and I'm taking a cue from that. And something similar that Aditya also mentioned, where they're looking to secure assets somewhere else, they are looking to set up processing units in India. Something similar is what they are also trying to look at, where they're sourcing lithium from Austria and Australia, and they are setting up the refining capacities, and they are allowing easy clearances to these units being set up in their industrial clusters. I think that is something that India can take lead from. We understand, and Mayur said that we kind of have the demand largely met. But in terms of copper, I believe there are a lot of emerging subsegments which would create multiple other demand segments for copper. And given how the volume play and the price volatility for copper is, I think India would need more capacities in terms of building up for processing of copper, and India should look at those lessons from either Saudi Arabia or from even the UAE in terms of building the value chains across. Thanks, Shri.
Thank you, Romil. Hilary, I'll come to you next. We have not discussed the circularity aspects in detail, but I'm sure in addition to the virgin ore copper supply chain for minerals, there can also be ESG standards on how the scrap may be collected, processed, and maybe reused. What is the thinking there, and what is the work that the Copper Mark is doing? And can you also explain that having or not having a standard specifically on circularity, what is the broader impact in the ecosystem? Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Definitely the topic of the day, I would say. First, just to say with copper scrap, the analysts estimate that about 20% of copper consumption comes from the direct use of scrap. And that includes several sectors along the value chain, so not specific to smelting or refining or fabrication. They're also estimating that this proportion has been stable because it reflects the life cycle of the various uses of copper. There is scrap that's collected to be smelted or refined, and that is about 10 to 15% of the material feed. And scrap is generated in many countries and in many industries, so it's very, very hard to track. It's also known that as the prices are higher, as they are right now for primary material, there's enough incentive to bring copper scrap to the consumers. So what analysts know is where scrap gets processed, there are these lists with the capacity to process it at smelters and refineries, and we're hearing more about building processing capacity in the regions where scrap is generated. So a lot of this is being encouraged, for example, in the European Union and the US, so that they can promote their own circular economy. What we are working on is, what does all this mean in the space of ESG? Traditionally, scrap has just been considered good for virtue of being scrap and because it's circular, to promote circular economy, which we believe in and we agree with. However, we don't know enough about it. We acknowledge that the ESG practices of copper scrap collection and processing really vary across the regions. And we're starting to work with some of these facilities that want to implement a standard such as the copper mark. And we know that these practices are really evolving, and we're looking to engage with others that are on this. Within our standard itself, we actually do have a requirement on circular economy, and that includes an expectation to increase recycled content for the midstream. So it says circular economy. It's encouraging facilities at all levels, including mine sites, to start to have a strategy on circular economy in terms of how they are extracting, processing, recycling materials, how it's being used. So a lot of that design factor, working together with other actors within the value chain as well to optimize the potential for a circular economy, and of course, really to increase that recycled content. We do also now, as a sort of starter to looking at this environmental, social, and governance in the scrap supply chain, have some requirements on conducting due diligence on that scrap. We do see these expectations evolving quickly. As there is a push for circular economy, we're confident that there will be this double click to say, where is this scrap material coming from? How was it aggregated? How was it taken apart? Who was it? Please tell us it wasn't children in the junkyards in Africa burning plastic off of cables, right? So there are actual considerations in terms of environmental, social, and governance issues. And the first step is really just to understand where material is coming from, and for us to understand what are those different processes and what are the potential environmental, social, and governance risks. And really try to break down some of the opacity of this part of the supply chain that we're just less familiar with. So taking small steps, definitely think is going to become one of the bigger issues as we move forward. And I'm really eager to work with you all and the global community on this, as it is just such a global issue as these materials are crossing boundaries.
Thank you, Hillary. We have 8 to 10 minutes. If there's any questions that anyone has, okay. And if there are questions online, I would request those who are attending online to please type in their questions. We can also take those later. And Swasti, of course, you've been silent, but if you would want to also come in, please let me know. So maybe, yeah. Please introduce yourself and then, of course, the question.
Yeah, all right. I'm Agam Walia. So we spoke in some sort of length about tariffs, but I want to ask a question on non-tariff barriers, like QCOs, for example. Oftentimes, it's been noticed that when QCOs are implemented, BIS is essentially supposed to give licenses to foreign companies, foreign exporters, but that does not end up happening. So what you're left with is just sort of domestic suppliers, and the foreign suppliers essentially being cut off. So with regards to that, I have a question on the copper cathode QCO, which will be implemented later this year. So there have been some concerns among midstream and downstream sort of users that it's an input good. And, if you sort of restrict that, will there be first some sort of supply constraints in the domestic market? Two, because the market is fairly concentrated, in what ways can that affect, the prospects of users? So yeah, over to you. The question is not directed to anyone, but.
Thank you. Yes.
To the industry. Yes. No, I think that is I think I would phrase that into the QCO as a non-tariff measure. Principally, I think the concern you're highlighting is of foreign manufacturers under the Foreign Manufacturer Certification Scheme, finding it difficult to get their product registered. Now, principally, the QCO is a very simple measure. All they have to do is, we have a BIS standard for that particular product, and cathode is the most widely consumed midstream product in copper, at least. So it's a very simple process. And in fact, within India, the industry had advocated for it because we had gotten information that copper cathodes, which were of slightly inferior quality, were being sourced, and there wasn't adequate monitoring of that happening. So this is a measure that we had advocated for along with the DPIIT and was implemented. And then the actual QCO was supposed to be implemented sometime in August last year. A significant number of exporters in other countries had requested that they didn't have sufficient time to comply with the QCO. So the QCO has actually been extended. The implementation was extended by 1 year to December this year. So, I mean, if it were a non-tariff barrier, that extension would not have been given in the first place by the government. And so the reason the extension has been given is so that the foreign manufacturers have additional time to register with the BIS. But if your product is not meeting a standard that I meet, or within India, the registered users meet, then obviously you cannot sell material in India because we have a BIS standard, and that is something similar to the problem we face when we have to export elsewhere also. So one way to work around this problem long term is where you have mutual recognition agreements, where technical standards in both countries are recognized. But in the absence of that kind of an MRA, I think a quality control order would be the right way to go, because otherwise there's no way to monitor trade flows.
Can I add to this question? And maybe again, being a devil's advocate here, in solar also we have a similar order called ALMM. We don't typically use QCO there. I agree with the sentiment that of course people can apply, right? They'll have to have BIS and then you apply. But say, for instance, if we fast forward and 5 years down the line, also if there are only domestic companies, would we still categorize this as a QCO order or a non-tariff barrier? So that is I don't know if historically I have not seen a lot of QCO orders, but this is something that it's also a gray area. How do we categorize it's a QCA or a non-tariff barrier itself? Because yeah, I mean, happy to hear what your thoughts are.
I will come here. It's treated as QCO. There are many old products which QCO, the overall purpose is to ensure quality and not really considered as non-tariff barrier. Particularly, there are more than 2,000 products all in a pipeline, and within that, metal is one of them, and then cathode happens to be one of them. So it will remain there as a QCO, and it may not be as a part of any trade, whether it's not, I mean, it's not part of the trade, international trade really. So, I mean, this issue, what he mentioned was a transitional issue, I could say, and it will be resolved very quickly.
Thank you. Siddharth, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, this is Siddharth from IISD. So I don't know if I should ask this question to a panel with some copper industry experts, but I was just curious about, substitutability of copper. I think a lot of people talk about aluminium, particularly, as potentially being a mineral source. So just given the theme on electric vehicles, do you anticipate that aluminium could in the future, substitute copper, especially in like motors and specific parts of the EV value chain? And are you already seeing that happening anywhere in the world?
See, our economy is copper light anyway. I will just give the example in a power cable, right? We use power cable in buildings, industries, utilities, everywhere. We have copper is only 8% of total power cable demand in India. In China, it's around 82%. So see the difference. So our economy is copper light anyway. So further substitution to that is not going to happen. There's nothing left actually to substitute. So the substitution would be required where you have really possibility of doing it. Now coming to the electric vehicle part. Electric vehicle, it's not an India phenomena because honestly, there is no Indian automotive maker who has got his own R&D to develop his own vehicle. All Indian brands are getting the technology components overseas, and there is no enough R&D in India to really call as an Indian EV. So whatever happens there in a global trend will happen here. But particularly on the battery technology, at least for another decade, there is no alternative available for the EV particularly. On the harnesses, on a higher size conductor, there could be substitution. But in India, we have to understand our cheapest car for the world, Nano, was initially with aluminum and it got fire. So even Tata Motors changed back to copper. So we have a risk of safety because honestly, our ecosystem doesn't really have got so much quality into their blood. So copper in that way is more resilient. As Swasti was saying, the properties of copper allows you to have less technical skill or quality in terms of installation. So we particularly don't see, enough any localized substitution getting further down there.
Thank you. Romil, you want to comment?
Yes. So this, of course, Mayur has largely covered that. Also, Siddharth, when I was reading through and got to know, in terms of, and I was also evaluating, how aluminum can potentially substitute copper. That's a very interesting fact that I got to know that recycling aluminum takes 5 times more energy than recycling copper. I think that, and especially when we are looking at decarbonization and energy conservation and building in more energy friendly, lower energy processes, I don't see that as a huge merit. Even if in our pursuit for more EV, where we are trying to reduce the energy intensity, if we end up recycling using more energy, I don't see that as a very circular step. I would say you can do it as your own process, but if you look at it from life cycle approach and circularity and energy conservation perspective, I don't see that happening too effectively. Nice.
Thank you. There's one more question there, Karthik.
Hi, am I audible? Yeah. Hi, I'm Karthik. I work with Professor Chadha at CSEP. I had a question for Hilary. The question is more to do with the criterion that the Copper Mark came up with, which also is something that we have seen responsible mining initiatives have it globally. I was wondering if there has been an increasing trend in the adoption of these assessments internally by mining companies, and whether these voluntary assessments have been as effective in terms of adoption or being enforced largely from domestic regulations. And secondly, do you think that there is something uniquely concerning about supply chain practices when it comes to copper globally that has been not focused on enough? Thanks.
Yeah, really good questions. So I think on the first one, we are seeing adoption from companies for a lot of reasons, certainly access to market, which includes the regulatory concerns, and access to capital. And we're seeing a really big increase from investors on expectations for responsible practices and for that being third-party validated. And again, that goes from equity investment to also project lending, corporate lending, right? They want to see that they're working with responsible actors. But the third reason, and maybe even the more important reason, is because the companies want to improve their practices. And I know that sounds a little bit altruistic, but it's not, because the employees that work for them want to work for good companies. So you have talent that says, I want to work for a responsible company and I want you to prove it, right? And so a lot of these companies are saying going through these third-party assessments has been valuable for us internally. Yes, it has these external benefits as well, but for us internally to really improve our management system, to have long-term planning. When we have a requirement that says you have to look at climate action and not just your greenhouse gas emissions, but things like biodiversity, adaptation, working with your communities to understand what the issues could be, they're able to plan not just in the short term, but in the medium and the long term. And that is what we're hearing, in particular, I would say, from the medium-sized miners who maybe wouldn't otherwise be as incentivized to go through these processes. The larger miners have been doing this for a little bit longer, but even still, we hear this from them as well. In terms of the legislation for copper, I don't think that there's something that's not necessarily covered, but I will say that there are issues specific to copper that we are trying to focus and emphasize on, and that does really include the decarbonization of the industry. It also really includes water. Copper is extremely water intensive to process, and it's often mined in locations that are water stressed, in the deserts in Chile and Peru. There's also a huge consideration on stakeholder engagement and on communities and everything that that entails. And again, these aren't necessarily unique to copper only, but they are very prominent in copper. And the last thing I'll say is biodiversity. My understanding is that biodiversity is one of the biggest issues within copper, more than any other of the critical minerals. And so these are areas that, in particular at the mining level, need to be emphasized and need to be a real priority.
Thank you, Hillary. Last, okay, we'll club the questions. Yes, Sunil. Cannot.
Hello. Yeah. So I'm Tanima. I work with Professor Chadha in CSET. So it was very wonderful session, insightful session. So my question regarding the like the 5 copper blocks, which since 2015 it got auctioned and still it's not operable. And like only 5 copper blocks got auctioned, and a lot of discussion also happened regarding domestic mining and also strategic acquisition abroad. So now the thing is, given the data, the GSI data, that we have a huge reserves and resources for copper, and in another area that these mines are not really commercially viable and the operation hasn't started yet, and in another spectrum of the in another spectrum, a lot of copper ore and concentrate is also getting important. So can you observe that there's a missing link, that while we have enough reserves, but still we are importing a lot of ore and concentrate, while there are mines which are put up for auction, but the operation hasn't started yet. So my question is like, then is it something with the data which GSI provides, baseline data, or is it something on the commercial viability of the mines, or is it importing? Because again, another thing has been discussed, that importing a ore and concentrate, given the duty structure is also not very much viable. So what is the missing structure here? Yeah.
Thank you. Sunil, your question. There, on the table.
Hello. So probably I can answer Tanima's question.
No, ask your question.
Sorry. So the question is related to what Tanima asked, and the question includes the answer, but I will skip that part. My question is on alternate technology that can be used for primary processing of copper, such as hydrometallurgical routes, which currently 20% of copper primary production comes through the hydrometallurgical route. India has the reserves, as Professor Chadha mentioned, but those reserves are of low quality, which cannot be used to be processed through the pyrometallurgical route, specifically through the concentrate production, smelting, refining. But those lower grade ores can be processed through the hydrometallurgical routes that is being done in China and other countries. So, I mean, do you see any potential that a new plant can be set up in India, which can be based on the hydrometallurgical route for the copper production? Anyone can take this question.
Thank you. Yeah, so these are the 2 questions.
So I think I'll first try to answer your question, which is specific to the second tranche of auctions that took place. I think one input that has gone from the industry to the government is that I think the quality of the resource was not so much in question, neither was the data. The question was of size. So, I mean, many of you might be familiar, but copper is a deep-seated mineral, and the shape of the ore is in the form of a vein. So when you have a block that is about 1 square kilometers, which was roughly the size of the block, you would require a slightly larger block in order for it to be viable for extraction. So I think the design of blocks largely lies with the geographical survey of India. So I think one input that was given is if the blocks that are auctioned could be of a slightly larger size. And then you would see, far more interest also. That was a minor issue as far as the auctions were concerned. Then as far as the production of refined copper through solvent extraction, electrowinning is concerned, I think that can certainly be done. From a footprint point of view also, it is far less carbon intensive. So that is definitely because I think in certain other sectors, like because we have a major asset producing nickel where, the ore composition is very different. We produce sulfate via the leaching route. So that is a technique that the industry follows in other minerals, and that I think can be done here also. That would not be a challenge if, the right kind of ore was available for extraction. So also depends on the grade of the ore also, that makes a difference. Mayurji, I think you can add if you think I've missed something.
I think that's it. And electrowinning will come in India soon, definitely.
Do you want to add?
Yeah. Just to add that, saying that we do not have good quality reserves also demands an inquiry into why 92% has not yet been explored. So if 92% has not been explored, to say that India does not have, and I know that the limit that you are probably, I'm not going to answer the engineering question, but 1.85% is supposedly the good grade and above. So if it's difficult to answer these statements and these questions if we have not done, we can't go to a high school if we have not done primary.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think this was an engaging discussion. One of the things that Swasti had raised, I think, in the when she was making the presentation was the sector is taken for granted. Hopefully, maybe by these and maybe other many nuanced discussions about specific minerals will increase our awareness, and maybe specifically in the policy domain, will be a very specific interventions. Thank you again. Over to the organizers. Thank you.
I would like to request Mr. Rishabh Jain to please present the discussants with a token of our appreciation.
Carry it to Bangalore. Carry it to Bangalore.
I would like to request Dr. Goldar to please. Oh, right. Yeah, the unveiling, please.
Then this is one page here.
Thank you, Romil. Thank you. Thank you, Romil. Thank you, Elri. Thank you for joining again. We'll just do some photo ops now.
Thank you for having us. Take care.
I have to do less stuff. You already have done it.
I would now like to request Dr. Goldar to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay. This one, yeah. So as we draw nearly to a close, it's time for the end credits to roll in. So please join me in thanking everybody who sort of helped make this event a success. Let me start with the IISD team first. So Siddharth and Swasti and Tom, all the way there. From the ICREA team, Ritika, Yamini, Karthik, Sarvar, Diya, Sejal, Sonuji, Prem also. From the admin team, Neha, Rajesh, Ria, Anvi, and Rajkumar ji. Thank you so much for all your help in making this event a success. Thank you.